Be seated, please. Good afternoon. Let me remind you that today's meeting will be webcast for live or subsequent broadcast via the link on the agenda. So, members, you are reminded that the recording of the webcast will be kept indefinitely. Members of the press or public may record and take photographs except where there are confidential or exempt items. May I also remind members that they do not enjoy parliamentary privilege in relation to debate in this chamber, and members should be careful in what they say during all debates this afternoon. May I remind members, if they have mobiles, please turn them on to silent. We have a list of speakers. Those wishing to speak should make their way to a lectern when I invite you to speak. Finally, I would remind members that they must declare all relevant pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests relating to any item of the business to be discussed at this meeting. Does anyone have any interest to declare? Thanks. I move that the minutes of the meeting held on 22nd June 2021, having been circulated to each member of the council, be taken as read and confirmed and signed. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Today, I am delighted to congratulate those mentioned in the Queen's Birthday Honours list this year for services to Birmingham or who live in Birmingham. Awarded an MBE were Sally Alexander, Professor Thomas Collecton Brock, Dr. Maurice Conlon, Linda Bogart, and the British Empire Medal, Atif Ali, Robert Capella, Yusuf Muhammad Elton, Origoa Ano Veje. I'm sure you will join me in congratulating them all on these marvelous achievements. We now move on to the agenda item relating to petitions. I move that petition presented before the meeting be received and referred to the relevant chief officer to examine and report as appropriate. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? I have a list of those of you who want to present petition and will invite you to do so. Please, can you clearly state the details of the petition and which director or directorate the petition relates to? And may I remind you that this is not an opportunity to make a speech. Could I also ask you to ensure that your name is on the front page of the petition? Please place petitions in the box either during or after the meeting. Now I call upon Councillor Saima Suleiman. Put the petition in, please. Is my voice is coming, please? Are reading everybody? Yeah.
So my first petition, I have to go to the Birmingham City Council Highway Department on behalf of residents of Southern Road in Hall Green North, calling the department to move on Southern Road. Second petition that I have is to go to Birmingham City Council Planning Department from residents of Readings Lane in regards to work being carried out on number 379 Readings Lane and Hall Green North Ward to convert it from a Class 3 residential dwellings to a Class C4 house in multiple occupancy. Residents called upon the Planning Enforcement Department to investigate any unauthorised work and that any retrospective application is subject to a full and proper consultation. My third petition is from residents on Russell Road, and that goes to the Birmingham City Council Highways Department, calling on them to resurface the road. My fourth petition is again for resurfacing from residents on Readings Lane in Hall Green North, and that goes to Birmingham City Council Highways Department. And the final one is a general petition from residents in Hall Green North Ward to go to Birmingham City Council's Highway Department to look at and repave pavements in Hall Green North Ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? Agreed. I just call upon Councillor Paulette Hamilton. Put your petition in, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The residents of the Oliad Ward have come together to put this petition together because they are absolutely fed up with the constant traffic and illegal parking issues that are making their lives miserable. After sending in hundreds of photographs, they would like Highways to look at these issues being faced by residents every day and look at booking all illegal cars before someone is killed in the area. Can I ask for this petition to go to Highways, please? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Now I'm calling Councillor Mackey to put your petition in, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. My petition is from hundreds of people across Sutton Coldfield and Birmingham, calling on Birmingham City Council to allow the Royal Sutton Coldfield Town Council to subsidise parking in the car parks in Royal Sutton Coldfield to aid post-COVID recovery and to help our local economy. I ask that it goes to Highways. Thanks very much.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor John to put the petition in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My first petition is we, the undersigned residents, request CCTV cameras on Kingsdown Avenue, Great Bar, to deter constant fly tipping, and also the concerns that people have raised in regards to Labour not supporting and helping clear the fly tipping. Second petition, we, the undersigned residents, request traffic calming measures to help reduce speeding on Thetford Road, Great Bar, and this is due to the Perry Bar flyover being demolished, and now commuters are using different roads to go around and drive around without a care in the world, and they are speeding, and can this please go to the relevant department? Third petition, we, the undersigned residents, request traffic calming measures to help reduce speeding on Beaches Road. This road is a death trap. Now, due to the flyover being demolished once again, people and commuters are using this and speeding on other streets, and this is dangerous because we had quite a few accidents in the last 4 or 5 weeks, and can this please go to the relevant department? Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Is that first petition, is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? Agreed. Now, the second petition, is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? There is third petition. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Now, I call upon Councillor Martin Streckwald to put his petition in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My colleague, Councillor Jenkins, and I have a petition to present on behalf of residents of Birchwood Crescent in Moseley Ward. The petition calls for action to reverse the negative impact of speed, noise and traffic volume that residents have endured since the introduction of the experimental traffic regulation order in July 2019 between the junction of Woodstock Road and Brighton-Taunton Crossroads. We ask for this petition to be directed to the Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment and the Assistant Director for Highways. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Now, I call upon Councillor Axtable to put the petitions in. Maybe too many.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I have several petitions again from residents of Hall Green South Ward. The first is a continuation to petition 2297, calling on Birmingham City Council to resurface the carriageway, including the service road, along Robin Hood Lane between Highfield Road and Coal Valley Road, Hall Green. The second petition is a continuation to petition 2298, calling on Birmingham City Council to resurface the entire carriageway along Highfield Road between the River Coal Bridge and Robin Hood Lane, Hall Green. The third petition is a continuation to petition 2299, calling on Birmingham City Council to resurface the entire carriageway along Tixall Road, Hall Green. And a new petition calling on Birmingham City Council to install additional road safety measures to reduce traffic speed along Baldwin's Lane, especially in the vicinity of Chilcot Primary School, Hall Green. I propose that all those four go to Highways Department. I have a further two. A petition from residents of Hall Green calling on Birmingham City Council to prevent the conversion of 26 Primrose Croft, Hall Green to a house in multiple occupation. And the sixth one is calling on Birmingham City Council to take immediate and effective action in respect of land between Robin Hood Lane and Webb Lane, Hall Green, and its owners with regard to 2020/0043/ENF, a planning enforcement case. I propose those go to Planning and Regeneration. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I just, for petition first, is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? Agreed. Now I am on the second petition. Is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? Now I am on the third petition. Is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? Agreed? Thank you. Fourth petition. So that is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? Thank you. Now fifth petition. Is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? Agreed? Thanks. Sixth petition. Is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? Agreed? Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor R. Alden to put the petition in, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I've got two petitions to present. The first is opposing to planning application 2021/04505/PA. I ask that goes to the Planning Committee. Is that seconded?
Is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed?
Thank you. And the second petition is also objecting to a planning application 2021/04860/PA, and I ask that goes to the Planning Committee as well.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Seconded. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. So now I call upon Councillor Hendrina Quinnen. Put the petition in, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Deputy Lord Mayor, I have a petition here from the residents of Stafford Road in Hensworth Ward, calling on Birmingham to prune the trees on that road. I propose that this petition be forwarded to the Highways Department.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Yeah. Now I call upon Councillor Debbie Clancy. Put your petition in, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got a petition calling on Birmingham City Council to make immediate improvements or alterations to the waste chutes within the poet blocks of Wordsworth House, Tennyson House and Shakespeare House, which is Fairfax Road, Longbridge and West Heath Ward. The historic problems of block chutes are causing continued stress and inconvenience to tenants who wish to dispose of their waste via the allocated chutes, in particular those tenants living on the higher floors. And I call on the housing petition. The housing department.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Now I call upon Adrian Delany. Put your petition in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I have a petition here for restricted parking on Mill Lane in Northfield Ward. And I ask that goes to the Highways Department. Is that seconded?
Is seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
I have a second petition here. We, the undersigned, request that Birmingham City Council resurfaces the Lickey Road due to the current damaged state of this portion of the highway. I request that goes to the Highway Department as well.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Is there any more petition? Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Rob Pocock, Sutton Vesey Ward. I have a petition on behalf of residents of Church Road, Beach Road, Chester Road, Warden Avenue and Sycamore Road in the Sutton Vesey Ward, objecting to planning application 2021-05449, which is for a monster mast mobile phone monopole adjacent to their properties. Another one. They would like this to be passed to the Planning Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. So, I'm just asking Councillor Diane Donaldson to put your petition in, please. Donaldson.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Diane Donaldson, representing Bromford and Hodge Hill Ward. I have a petition of nearly 200 signatories of residents in the ward who are suffering from the antisocial behaviour from 2 exempt accommodations. It's attracting drug dealing, etc. And the residents call upon the exempt accommodations to be closed down. And this goes to Julie Griffin, the Housing Director. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? There's another councillor who wants to put the petition in. Please, just come down.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I have a petition here calling for CCTV on Warstock Lane to stop the fly tipping issues on that road. I move that goes to the relevant department.
Is seconded? Is agreed? Thank you. Anybody else, please? The petitions updated has been made available electronically. I move that the petitions updated to be noted and those petitions for which a satisfactory response has been received be discharged. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. The next item is to deal with oral questions. No questions have been received from members of the public. The next section is for oral question from any councillor to a committee chairman, a lead member of a West Midland Joint Authority or Ward Forum chair. No supplementary questions are allowed. The time for this section is up to 10 minutes. Now I call Councillor Hammer to put your question in place.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I have a question to the Chair of Licensing and Public Protection, Councillor Phil Davis. In your response to written question case 6 last month, you stated that the number of fixed penalty notices issued for littering since May 2018 totalled 14,404, of which 14,215 were issued in Ladywood Ward, and only a handful in other parts of the city. Acox Green, for example, with its busy suburban centre, has had just 2 in those 3 years. Why is such enforcement work seen as important for the city centre, but not for the rest of the city?
Thank you. Concerned councillor to reply, please. Councillor Mike Leddy. Would you come down here, please?
Unfortunately, Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Phil Davis can't be present. He's had to isolate at very short notice. In regards to the comments made just about littering, there is a team that go throughout the whole of the city doing enforcement, and a report is given to the committee on a meeting-by-meeting basis. And if the question wishes to be put in writing, I will ensure that there is a response. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Jenkins to put your question in, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for Councillor Fred Grindod, Chairman of Audit Committee. We have seen reported that the Advertising Standards Authority has found that Birmingham's Clean Air Zone advertising was likely to be in breach of the Advertising Code. Given the reputational and financial risks that this exposes the Council to, will the Audit Committee be asking for a copy of the ASA's findings and a review of the Council's wider approach to the promotion of this project?
Councillor Paul Tisdale, Deputy Councillor, Deputy to the Councillor Fred.
Perhaps if Councillor Grindod isn't present, maybe the leader can help us with this.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. It's not for me to step on the toes of the Chair of the Audit Committee, but I will inform him of Councillor Jenkins' request. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor T. Eldon to put your question in, please. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I also have a question for Councillor Fred Grindrod, the Chairman of Audit. I understand he's at the cricket in Edgbaston, but perhaps Councillor Ward, who on this occasion is not at the cricket, could answer it for me. And in fact, in this occasion, it might be something he can answer. At the last Audit Committee, Councillor Grindrod rightly reminded members that the Audit Committee should be apolitical. Will the leader therefore suggest to Councillor Grindrod that he resigns as Labour Chief Whip, given it is the job of the Chief Whip to enforce the political will of the Labour group, and therefore the Whip cannot be apolitical? Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, Ian Ward to response, please.
Happy to come into bat on this particular question, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'm not aware of any restriction within the Constitution that prevents any of the group's chief whips from chairing the Audit Committee, so I will not be requesting that Councillor Grindrod resigns.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Moore to put your question in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Karen McCarthy, Chair of the Planning Committee. Since becoming Chair, her department has become increasingly secretive and less transparent by not disclosing details of applicants to the public or even the Planning Committee on the grounds of GDPR. This is despite the ICO advising that local authorities should. The Planning Advisory Service has recently published guidance for local authorities confirming the position of the ICO. Can the Chair explain why her department thinks it knows better than the regulator, and when will her reign of secrecy come to an end?
Councillor McCarthy to response, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Moore is well aware that this is a concern to all of the Planning Committee, in that we have repeatedly asked for legal clarification. Until very recently, and indeed the last time we asked, the advice from the City Council's legal officers the advice was that we should continue to redact that information. I will ask for that to be reconsidered in the light of the ICO and PAS advice. Thank you very much for asking that question and giving me that opportunity, Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much. Now I call upon Councillor J. Lyons to put your question in, please. You're online. Yes, sir. Oh.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for the chairman of Brandwood and Kings Heath Ward Forum. I wonder who that could be. Quite a simple question, and I expect a straightforward answer. Would the chairman inform this council whether he supports the low traffic neighbourhoods? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Chairman of Brandwood Forum, please. Response.
There is a chairperson of Kings Heath and Bramwood Ward Forum, and it is myself.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Tilsley. I'm sorry. So put your question in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My question is to the Chair of Planning Committee, Councillor Karen McCarthy. She will no doubt be aware of the planning application that was made on 191 Sheldon Heath Road, the former police station. I objected to the application as a house in multiple occupation, as it was a use of communal showers and WCs and cooking facilities, not up to 2021. The owners went to appeal, as is their right, and the appeal was upheld. Will she join with me in the concern that this could be a foretaste of determination of local decision-making where residents are consulted in favour of a dictate from Whitehall and faceless bureaucrats and developers? Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Karen, to response, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Tilsley. I noticed this on the list of appeals and was immensely disappointed to see the decision of the Inspectorate. This had previously come to us for use as supported housing, where the committee turned it down and the appeal was dismissed, for it to come back as an HMO, again to be refused and then to go to appeal and the appeal to be upheld, will worry not just the committee but everyone who takes an interest in this type of property. Having seen it, I agree with Councillor Tilsley that this is unsuitable, but I am well used to getting decisions from the Planning Inspectorate that don't reflect the views of people who live locally and the committee when we do look at such applications. I know that some residents' groups have actually written to the Planning Inspectorate to ask how they consider these views, and it sounds like one from that area is needed now. We have very limited opportunities to influence the Planning Inspectorate. I will ask officers whether there is anything else we can do in terms of influencing them in general, but on specific cases, I think where such a strange decision has been made, then local representatives should be making a note of that to the inspectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Higgs to put your question in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My question was to the leader of the chair, of the Billesley Ward Forum, Councillor Phil Davis, who is sadly unavailable. So I'd be grateful if my question could either be redirected to the leader of the council or his ward colleague. And that question is, do you support low traffic neighbourhoods?
Yeah. Who is going to answer it, please? Leader.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. Birmingham is a city with a growing population. We're expecting another 150,000 Birmingham citizens over the next decade. If we all continue to own cars at the current rate and drive them around this city, it amounts, I think, to some 80,000 additional road journeys every single day. At some point in the next decade, the city will be gridlocked. If we do not continue with the policies that have been put in place by this Labour administration over the last 3 years to nudge people onto more sustainable forms of transport and public transport, people will simply not be moving around this city. And that will cost the city economy hundreds of millions of pounds each year. So we have to change the way we're all moving around. Young people understand that far better than anybody in this room this afternoon. So yes, I do support measures to encourage people to move around in more sustainable ways and to use public transport. And yes, I support low traffic neighbourhoods.
Thank you. The next section is for oral questions from councillors other than cabinet members to a cabinet member. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. I have a list of those wishing to ask questions. Councillor Ziaul Islam to Councillor John Cotton.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor John Cotton, Cabinet Member for Social Inclusion, Community Safety and Equalities. With regard to the Council's ongoing commitment to tackle social and economic inequalities in the city, it is noted that in January 2020, the number of employees of the Birmingham City Council only 172 British Bangladeshis, 819 of Caribbean descent, 738 Indian, and 562 Pakistani. The views of the many ethnic minority residents in Birmingham is that the BCC should maintain equality in terms of workforce diversity by employing more members of staff from those communities. Please, can you update the Council on the progress that is being made on tackling inequality within our workforce? Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
John Carton to respond, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Islam, for that question. This administration has always been clear by the need to lead by example when it comes to issues of gender and race equality, and that starts very much with our role as an employer. Late last year, we published our first ever Workforce Race Equity Review. That was a very open and honest look at what the data tells us about the profile of our workforce and inequality within our own organisation. And it told us some blunt truths. The fact that our workforce doesn't reflect the diversity of the city that it serves, especially at the most senior level, and that we've got a race pay gap in this organisation amounting to some 7.9%. And that's on top, of course, of a gender pay gap of over 9%. So we know that we can and we must do better, and that's why we've set out a very comprehensive action plan focused on 5 key areas: recruitment and selection of staff, career development, rebuilding trust, changing the culture of the organisation, and improving the collection and the use of data. And on recruitment and selection, I can tell you the work that we're doing to get gender and race diversity on job shortlists and on selection panels is now moving forward at pace. I'm also pleased to note that we're making use of new technology. We've used artificial intelligence in some of our recruitment campaigns, and the early indications are that that has been very effective in eliminating unconscious biases. We've been doing workforce planning focused around improvements to career development. We've already signed up to work with business and the community on the Race at Work Charter with support from the Local Government Association. So it's also encouraging to see the progress that we've made in closing...
30 seconds left, please.
Thank you. Closing the gaps on staff data. We've now reduced that to 18%, so we now have a clearer picture of the needs of our workforce, and we're looking to narrow that gap around other protected characteristics as well. So we are being open and honest about challenges, but I think we've got a very clear plan to address them, and this Cabinet's certainly determined to take that forward. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Is Mr. Jal Islam is a supplementary question, please?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I have a supplementary question. What step are you taking to ensure that progress against the action plan is monitored and reported back to our workforce and our citizens? Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. John Carter to read the response, please.
Yep, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'm continuing to monitor progress on this agenda on a monthly basis through the Equality Star Chamber, and we're also bringing further updates on progress against the action plan through Cabinet. So we ensure we're keeping pace and momentum, and that's done publicly. The race equity and gender pay gap reports will be published annually, and we're looking at how we can widen the scope of these reports to include all of the protected characteristics identified under the Equality Act. What we want to do is ensure that Birmingham City Council is an organisation where every employee can thrive, achieve and bring their authentic selves to work. I'm also continuing to meet with our staff diversity groups, our trade union colleagues and others to ensure that everyone is fully engaged and updated on what we're doing. And I'll also be speaking to scrutiny colleagues on the Coordinating Scrutiny Committee as part of my regular reporting arrangements to scrutiny as well. It's really important, I think, that we see transparent progress and accountability on what is a really important agenda for the people of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. So I call upon Councillor Yip to put your question in, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. And may I start by thanking through you the Birmingham Rep for hosting the meeting and also for the Birmingham Rep staff for sanitising stations as we're going back and forth. Deputy Lord Mayor, my question is to the Cabinet Member for Children's Wellbeing, Councillor Kate Booth. I don't believe she is in attendance. If the question could be directed to the leader, please. So the issues created by the COVID pandemic on various services nationally have been, of course, very well documented. Within SEND, Special Education Needs and Disabilities, there's been a 4% drop in the number of EHCPs completed within 20 weeks. Can the leader tell me what the decline in Birmingham has been using this measure?
Thank you. So, leader to response, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. I do not have that figure to hand, but I will arrange for the Cabinet Member to send you a written response.
Thank you. Is there any supplementary?
There is, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thanks.
So I can tell the leader of Birmingham City Council that the actual drop in Birmingham is a staggering 44%. This, of course, contrasts nationally with only 4% drop. Clearly, when you compare this with the national picture, it's not possible to simply blame the problems on COVID. There are over 10,000 EHCPs across the city. These are parents fighting council to get the very best for their children. And of course, this is a large number, but of course, we are a large city and we should have the resources to meet this challenge. And of course, this is not a new phenomenon. Can you explain to the parents of these children why they're having to wait so long to get support plans in place and for the council to meet their statutory obligations?
Leader to response, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. This is clearly an area of concern to many parents and carers throughout the city who have children in need of SEND services. I will not pretend that the service that has been provided to those parents and carers over recent times has been anything close to what they are entitled to and what they should be deserving of. What I can say is that we are bringing forward changes to this service area, and I anticipate that improvements will be made rapidly in the near future.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Chowdhury to put your question in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I believe Councillor Wasim Zafar is not in, so could my question goes to the leader, please. The question is, residents in my ward of South Yardley have informed me that the potholes on the roads and footpaths across Birmingham are the worst they ever seen. The temporary repair work carried out to date is below the standard. I am sure some of the councillors sitting here, including the cabinet member or the leader, would have been made aware of this problem. Please, could you tell us what measures are put in place to ensure that standards are repairs of good quality? Thank you.
Thank you. Leader to response, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I am not a highway engineer, so I can't really comment on whether or not temporary repairs are below the standard. I do not believe Councillor Chowdhury is a highway engineer either, so I'll be interested to know on what he's basing that assertion. What I can say is the Council is about to deploy a huge amount of investment onto the road network across Birmingham, and what residents will see right across this city is a dramatic improvement in the quality of highways as a result of that investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Chowdhury, have you got a supplementary question, please?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Can I kindly invite the leader to visit Gilbertstone Avenue in my ward to see the standard of the work carried out with his own eyes? Thank you.
Leader to response, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. I've already said that I'm not a highway engineer, so I don't feel I am qualified to comment on the standard of repairs carried out on the highway. If Councillor Chowdhury has any evidence from an expert that these repairs are below the standard that is required, he can send that to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just call Councillor Martin Stackwell to put your question is, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Jane Francis, Cabinet Member for Education, Skills and Culture. Could the Cabinet Member share with the Chamber her thoughts on the recent announcement by Gavin Williamson, Secretary of State for Education, regarding the government's catch-up plans for pupils?
Thank you. Cabinet Member to respond, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. As we will largely be aware, early in June, Government announced an extra £1.4 billion for education catch-up. And we'll also largely be aware that this has been widely ridiculed as inadequate, with an estimated investment needed of some £115 billion. Now, further, we won't be surprised that this figure has been rejected by the Treasury. Now, the Secretary of State, in an attempt to deflect criticism, has proposed a review of the school day, amongst other things, with longer opening hours. As you might imagine, families and parents aren't that pleased with this, neither are teaching staff. So I think we can rest with the thought that the government clearly continues to fail children and young people and refuses to prioritise the sort of investment needed for their future. Perhaps, Councillor Straker-Wells, a possible way forward is a further intervention by a famous footballer. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, have you got supplementary, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Given the resources to be made available, how will the city be able to support pupils during the summer holidays?
Cabinet Member to respond, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for your supplementary question. There is some good news. We have been awarded some £8 million in funding for the Holidays Activity Fund from government, and that will see a range of activities delivered for our children over the summer period. Now, whilst I have your attention, please, in this confined space, can I take this opportunity to give a huge thanks to the families, teachers, parents, head teachers and school support staff, and of course their children, for their unfailing energy, enthusiasm, the commitment of staff to keeping things going for what's been a very, very difficult year. I'm sure you'll all join me with giving thanks to that. And blowing my own trumpet slightly, I had the opportunity last week to make a short film, which I think will go out today, to thank all the staff for it. It's been a very, very hard year, so I'm sure we can all appreciate their efforts. Thank you. Thank you to Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Rob Pocock. Put your question in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Health and Social Care, Councillor Paulette Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, you'll be aware of the government's recent announcements about NHS changes, including proposals for an integrated care system. Could the Cabinet Member advise this Council on what steps she is taking to ensure the powers of local government are not diminished under these new arrangements, in particular the power of scrutiny, so that we can be reassured that our existing powers are retained?
Thank you. Councillor Paulette Hamilton, to respond, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Pocock, for that question. The recent ICS paper went through Parliament for the first reading on Wednesday, the 6th of July at 3 p.m. with no fanfare. The document is 239 pages long with over 100 pages of additional notes and will change the way we do business across social care and health for the foreseeable future. The government is completely changing the health and social care system to a more integrated system. Most organisations, including Birmingham City Council, broadly agree with the direction of travel, the health and social care bill, but we do have a number of key questions, and one of those questions are the role of scrutiny, which I believe is critical. I am concerned with the additional powers that the Secretary of State of Health and Care organisations will have to intervene at any stage in decision on local level. This will undermine local accountability and governance mechanisms such as scrutiny committees in this matter. This is being challenged through the local BSOL board and other national bodies, including the LGA and the Confederation. And I trust and believe that this will be addressed. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Councillor Pocock.
Rob, is there any supplementary question, please?
Yes, thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Hamilton, primary care services are an important part of any integrated care system in the city, but there are only very limited ways in which these can be effectively assessed and considered by local government scrutiny. We've had some quite significant information provided to our committee recently to raise concerns about primary care. Can the Cabinet member commit to pressing the government to strengthen the local accountability of our primary care services under these new arrangements?
Thank you. Councillor Pollard, to response, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. And again, thank you, Councillor Pocock, for a very pertinent question at this time. I will be writing to the Secretary of State for Health and Care and will continue to lobby government for this to be addressed. We need effective scrutiny for accountability and transparency. I believe that the Lansley reform, as it's being quashed, it will give scrutiny the powers that it needs, but we need to have it in writing, and the problem is at the moment we haven't got clarity. Health and social care is everybody's business, and we need to ensure that all decisions are made in the interest of our citizens to improve their health and well-being, and I will also ensure that all members get a summary copy of the bill once it's gone through its second reading, which is tomorrow. So as a council, we can continue to track this and make sure that our voices are continued to be heard. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Pocock, for your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Cornish to put your question in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My question is for the Cabinet Member for Education, Skills and Culture, Councillor Jane Francis. Councillor Francis, published data shows that 30% increase in the number of electively home-educated children in the last 12 months. Can the Cabinet Member tell us what her department are doing to ensure these children are adequately safeguarded, to understand the reasons parents are making these choices, or even feel they have a choice, and to ensure each and every child is getting a good level of education? Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Cabinet Member to respond, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for your question. We are aware that there's been an increase in the past 12 months, certainly with the pandemic, with parents and families choosing to home educate children. My officers keep a very close watch on the numbers, and we have teams of very skilled professionals who go out and make sure that the reasons, and it's a right for anybody, any parent, of course, to home educate their child should they wish, and if they meet the conditions and the criteria for that to do successfully. I will ensure that officers in the Education Directorate fully address that matter and give you a full written report over the next few weeks, if that's satisfactory. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Lord, is there any supplementary, please?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. The response to a recent Freedom of Information request states that the Council does not hold any information on meetings held with parents of electively home-educated children, despite the Council's own policy and national guidance requiring home education staff to arrange to visit and meet with parents to ensure education being provided is suitable. If such information is not held, how can you, as a Cabinet member, be confident that the Council is meeting its statutory and moral duty to these children and keeping them safe?
Thank you,
Thank
Deputy
you.
Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for your
supplementary,
supplementary
yeah.
question. I think the past 12, 15 months with the pandemic has made it very, very difficult for officers or our employees to go into family houses. And certainly there have been some complications because of children in particular disadvantaged circumstances. Again, all I can do is go back to my officers and make sure that you get a very thorough response as to why those needs aren't currently met under Freedom of Information legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I just call Councillor Catherine Era. Put your question in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Apologies for my son. My question is addressed to the Cabinet Member for Education, Skills and Culture, Councillor Jane Francis. Despite the amazing efforts of our schools and teachers, there is no doubt that our children and young people have missed out on the education that they are entitled to during the pandemic. We need to ensure that our young people are not held back and have equal, if not better, opportunities to young people in other areas of the country. Please could you let us know what the Council is doing to support our children and young people who have missed out on so much education due to the pandemic?
Thank you. Cabinet Member to respond, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor and Baby, for your question. How wonderful to see a small baby in the room with us. We know, of course, and we've already heard about this today, that our schools have been working extremely hard over the past 15 months in unprecedented circumstances in an effort to support children who have been impacted by the pandemic. And these efforts will continue in the upcoming new academic year. Schools have been provided with funding for this purpose from the government who are able to access the catch-up premium. You'll recall that in the early days of the pandemic, schools were only open to critical workers and vulnerable children, but were fully open as schools last autumn. This enabled resources, including an online curriculum offer and support for teachers in respect of materials and resources, including IT equipment. And those resources were certainly made available to those who needed it most. We place great emphasis on children missing from education and work very, very closely with our partners in the Children's Trust and colleagues to identify and prioritise those vulnerable pupils. We also worked hard at creating and delivering webinars for teachers and support staff and enhanced the written information disseminated to schools. Our youth service continued throughout, delivering a safe and open access service to all young people, and they were able to address very complex issues such as violence, health and well-being, sexual health and access to educational support, including much needed support for the NEET cohort. Further, if I can expand a little bit, Deputy Lord Mayor, Over the summer holidays, we've got exciting provision taking place across the city called Bring It On Brum. We'll be working in conjunction with schools and community groups and commercial activity providers, and children will be able to enjoy fun activities along with a nutritious meal served to school meal standards. There will be sports and games, arts and craft, and lots of learning activities to help children socialise, learn something new and recharge their batteries and get ready to return. This service, this provision will be free for those who are eligible for free school meals. The pandemic has disproportionately affected children and young people, and we will continue to work across the directorates and with our external partners, and we will continue to compare our performance and achievements against our partners in the core cities and work to ensure that our children catch up as much as possible. It remains vital that we continue to monitor the impact of COVID on educational attainment and achievement, and I will report on progress made in this area during the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a supplementary, please?
Thank you, Councillor Francis. I'm really excited to hear about all the plans you've got in place to support our vulnerable children and young people. Could you talk more about what you're doing to support our children with special educational needs and disabilities, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Response, please.
Getting the nod. Thank you, Councillor. I hopefully address some of the points raised. The Children's Trust takes the lead for children who've got additional learning needs, along with Looked After Children, working closely with my colleague, the Cabinet Member for Children's Social Care, Councillor Booth. I can share with you the good news that the City Council is also providing 4 weeks of supermarket vouchers to families eligible for free school meals to support them over the summer. Families will be provided with these vouchers at the end of school term. Now, all councillors, particularly those recently elected and unsure of protocol, will want to ensure that any information and newsletters disseminated to residents are factually accurate, and so not to use information inappropriately. If anyone has any queries about what we're doing over the next few months, please let me know. My directorate officers will be happy to assist via written requests. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Baz to put your question in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor John O'Shea, Cabinet Member for Street Scenes and Parks. Over the last few months, we have seen an increase in missed refuse and recycling collections. Many roads that were missed had to wait up to 3 weeks before they were cleared. Why was there no backup plan to get these roads cleared, especially as this happened during a heat wave and left a strong, unbearable smell that residents had to face?
Thank you. Cabinet Member to respond, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Baz, for your question. We have had some issues over the past few weeks, and we may have some more over the coming weeks with crews having to isolate and cease work temporarily. That particularly affected the Redfern depot a few weeks ago, also affected by a number of crew members who had their second jab and had to take time off as a result of that. So we then put into place a recovery programme where the following weekend those roads were cleared using crews from other depots to support. So we did have a recovery plan in place. We will carry on doing so where we need to. I should remind you, in the past 2 years, we have improved the collection service significantly. When I took this position, we were missing 1,000 roads a week. We're now down to about 20 roads a week. And those are mainly caused by access issues and other problems beyond our control. The service is responding well. It has carried on unaffected throughout most of the pandemic. And I pay tribute to the crews and the officers who have kept it functioning for the past 15 months with minimum impact on the people of the city. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a supplementary, please?
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. We see fly tipping across Birmingham. The streets are filthy with litter everywhere. Litter bins are overflowing in parks and on the street. The bin service continues to have issues. Is this not a failure of you as the Cabinet Member and your Labour administration in keeping Birmingham clean?
Response to that, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Batt. It's good to be back in a room together. No, it's not a failure. We know there are problems out there. We're dealing with them. And just to remind the Cabinet member, thanks to the careful management of the finances by this Labour Council, we are investing £7.2 million in keeping our streets clean and tidy. That is providing 4 deep clean crews across the city. That's providing 4 mobile HRCs, an innovation that's storing attention across the country. That's putting an extra 3 graffiti cleaning crews out there, an extra 10 crews out there to clean bin bags from our street. We are putting 19 cameras out there. We are putting 6 officers into the most heavily polluted wards to tackle that, because we are going to tackle at the source. We are putting more officers into enforcement. The people of the city have told us what the problem is. We have listened. We are going to deliver on this. We are going to prosecute the offenders, because I will say again, as I said every time I get to speak about this, fly tipping is a criminal offence. It is not done by the City Council. It is done by criminals in this city and people coming to the city. Where we have evidence, we will prosecute, and we will seek to have them jailed, we will have them fined, and we'll take their vehicles off them. And finally, Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor, I want to thank the residents across this city who have stepped up and helped keep our city clean and tidy. We have issued to them and to residents group across Birmingham some 20,000 of our new blue bags to help keep our city clean, and 5,000 pieces of kit to help keep our parks and our streets clean. I thank them, and indeed many councillors in this room of all parties are involved with that. So I thank you as well for the work you're doing. But this council is committed to keeping our streets clean and tidy, and we're going to deliver on that promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Dedry Oldham. Put your question in, please. Yeah. You want Dedry Oldham?
Sorry, Deputy Lord Mayor, I wasn't sure which Alden you said. My question is for Councillor Zafar, the Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment. Is he here?
No.
Or perhaps he's at the cricket. So my question goes to Councillor Ian Ward, who is not at the cricket in Edgbaston. All right, okay. When the council opened the A38 cycle route, the council made a great thing of the slogan, "Think blue, let cyclists through." But if the leader has looked at the route recently, and I accept it may be difficult from a Porsche, you'll notice it's not blue anymore. It's faded to grey. What are you going to do about that?
Thank you. Leader to response, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. It is indeed true that international cricket in this city is very, very popular. Unfortunately, I've not been able to attend the match this afternoon. The A38 cycle route has been very successful since it was introduced down that A38 corridor. It provides a safe place for people to cycle both into and out of the city centre. If we are going to encourage more and more people to move around differently, and cycling is one of the best ways of moving around, not only is it good for the environment, it is good for the individual because you get exercise while you do it. So I actually think, Deputy Lord Mayor, the important thing here is not so much the colour of the surface, but the fact that this Labour Council is investing millions of pounds in cycle routes throughout this city to allow people to move about more sustainably in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. But the thing is, at the launch of it, the Labour Council did make a big thing about the colour of it. It had the whole slogan being about the colour of it, and it has faded to grey. And like Councillor Ward, I am not a highways engineer, but I can see that the money that's been paid for that surface has clearly not been spent properly because the surface has degenerated. It's not the right colour. Just as the same with a pothole, though I am not a highways engineer, I can see that if you don't put the right quality tarmac in it, it sinks like that. And we can all see then that money has been wasted because the right equipment has not been used. So what is going to be done? You've paid for a blue cycle lane. You made a big thing of a blue cycle lane. What are you going to do to keep it blue? Thank you.
Leader to response, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. The people of this city do not think blue, they think red.
The final section under oral question is for questions from councillor other than cabinet member to the leader or deputy leader. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. I have a list of those wishing to ask questions. So I just ask Rob Holden to put your question in, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I have a question for the Leader of the Council. The Leader of the Council's administration decided to release dirty smoke from the roof of the library to celebrate the introduction of Label's travel tax. As can be seen by video and photos of the event, the dirty smoke caused a huge plume of smoke, and due to the prevailing weather conditions on the day, much of that smoke sank and stayed concentrated rather than rising and being dispersed. Why did the Leader's administration release dirty smoke over Birmingham?
Thank you. Leader to response, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'm afraid Councillor Alden is mistaken. We did not release dirty smoke over the library and into the city. What was done was a publicity stunt to demonstrate the reason that Birmingham needs to clean up its air and why we were introducing the clean air zone to all roads inside the inner ring road in this city. The fact is, Deputy Lord Mayor, that almost 1,000 people a year die in this city because of air pollution, and we have to do more to clean up the city's air and to make it healthy for all of Birmingham's citizens. That's why the Clean Air Zone was introduced, and we were using the opportunity at that launch to draw attention to the fact that the Clean Air Zone was being introduced, because we were aware that there were still many citizens in the city unaware of the fact they would have to pay the £8 charge if they had a non-compliant dirty vehicle.
Thank you. Yes, have you a supplementary, please?
I do, Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you very much. Once again, we've got a Leader of the Council here who doesn't know what his own administration is doing. Last month, in answer to written questions, the Council provided the specifications of the two smokes released. One product his administration released in our city is literally called Dirty Smoke, the name of the product on the product specification. And when you look at that product specification, Deputy Lord Mayor, you can see identified uses as simulation, training and wargaming. Maybe the Leader was practicing for the Momentum Uprising in his next group meeting. They go on to say it's harmful if inhaled and that the substances are flammable. Then, Deputy Lord Mayor, when you read the section about hazardous decomposition products that come from the smoke released, it states carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, sulfur oxides and nitrogen oxides. This is the smoke the Council described to the press as being non-harmful. So the Labour administration literally decided to demonstrate that they were serious about tackling air pollution by releasing smoke to symbolise the nitrogen oxides that they think they'll stop by releasing smoke that turns into nitrogen oxides. And they released it in weather conditions that meant much of those gases stayed below the level of the surrounding buildings, some of which are residential. Deputy Lord Mayor, does the Leader of the Council finally agree it's time that his Labour administration stop trying to get cheap headlines with gimmicks and instead focused on getting the basics in this city right, like cleaning our streets and fixing our roads?
Thanks. A Leader to response, please.
Dear me, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Alden certainly got himself worked up over this. I don't profess to be a chemist, so I'm not going to comment on what he has said about the makeup of what was released. But what I will comment on, Deputy Lord Mayor, is the fact that the Conservative group on this local authority have opposed the introduction of the Clean Air Zone in this city, a zone that is designed to save the lives of up to 1,000 fellow Brummies. That is the kind of contempt in which they hold the people of this city. I will make no apology for the fact that we have introduced a scheme and measures to keep people safe in Birmingham, in the same way as this administration has worked hard to keep people across this city safe from the COVID pandemic. It is a shame that the Conservative Party in this city is led by someone who does not place the health and safety of Birmingham citizens at the top of his priority list.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Hunt to put your question in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward. Councillor Ward, in the budget debate earlier this year, I referred to heavy fly tipping in Regina Drive, an unadopted road in Perry Bar, and its potential impact on the Commonwealth Games. Regina Drive is specifically mentioned in the Freebies Neighbourhood Plan, which has been developed by the local community and is one of the underpinning documents for the Perry Bar Master Plan, which the Leader unveiled last week to great fanfare. I presume the Leader is therefore knowledgeable about the contents of the Perry Bar Master Plan, so could he tell us what it proposes about Regina Drive?
Leader to respond, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. It has always puzzled me as to why Councillor Alden opposes the investment that has been levered into Perry Bar by this city successfully bidding to host the Commonwealth Games. The Perry Bar Master Plan sets out plans by the City Council to invest in Perry Bar, creating the new homes and the new jobs that community will need, and also making Perry Bar part of Birmingham a destination that people would choose to visit. I don't know the detail about every single road in Perry Bar, but I do think that so far, over the last few years, I've done more to bring investment to Perry Bar than as Councillor Hunt as their elected representative.
Is there any supplementary, please?
If I may, Deputy Lord Mayor, there are clearly many roads I could go down in answer to that answer. In the case of Regina Drive, the issue is about fly tipping on private land, but also about its potential. I'll help the Leader here. Its potential as a link between the new village and the wonderful Perry Hall Park. And I am pitching for investment when I say that. Because that investment is not there in that master plan. But that's not what my supplementary question is about. My supplementary question is about fly tipping on private and unadopted land. Because at the last Cabinet meeting, the Cabinet member responsible seemed rather confused about this and was very unclear about the Council's legal responsibilities, at first denying it had any power over fly tipping on private land, unadopted roads, etc., and then correcting that and admitting, saying the Council had no duty in this matter. Given the increased allocation for fly tipping this year, will the Leader review with the Cabinet member this policy of not helping with private land, and will he ensure that resources are available for dealing with sites that are chronically abused by fly tippers, that are private land but maybe shared land, such as Regina Drive, but such as many other sites across the city?
Yes, Leader to respond, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. Can I first of all welcome Councillor Hunt's pitch for investment into the Perry Bar area of Birmingham. Perhaps after all, we may be able to sit down and discuss how the Commonwealth Games is going to transform Perry Bar and bring you on board as a supporter both of the Games and the getting on for nearly £750 million that's been invested in Councillor Hunt's ward as a result of hosting the Games. Turning to fly tipping on private land is problematic. There is a method of dealing with this, but it involves putting a charge on the land itself, and then the City Council can only get that money back when the land is subsequently sold. So there's clearly an issue here about resources and cash flow, as it were. We are looking actively at coming up with a solution for fly tipping on private land, and I'm more than happy to discuss the location in Perry Bar that Councillor Hunt has raised this afternoon.
Thank you. So now I call upon Councillor Liz Clements to put the question in, please.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. My question is to the Deputy Leader of the Council, Councillor Bridget Jones. Over the past few months, the Deputy Leader has led the Council's campaign to ensure that all EU nationals in Birmingham applied for settled status. Now that the application deadline has passed, I'd like to ask Councillor Jones to give us her reflections on the impact of the Council's campaign. Did we succeed in maximising applications in Birmingham, including for settled status for vulnerable children of EU nationals? Thanks very much.
Is there any supplementary?
I'd like an answer first.
Sorry. Response, please. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Clements for the question, because I know this is an area that you are particularly passionate about. We know that more than 116,000 people applied for status by the end of March from our city, and we're still waiting on government stats for the last 2 months. As I've encouraged members to get involved with, we have been doing work during that time to drive up applications, particularly targeting schools, and our letter drop campaign that went across the West Midlands. More importantly, I can confirm to all of my fellow corporate parents that through the Children's Trust, all of our looked after children do have an application in where they need one for settled status. And this was a key priority for the board, which kept on top of it throughout. There are still applications open for people with exceptional circumstances, and we are still encouraging people to come forward and trying to identify them where we can. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Supplementary, please.
Yes, I do have a supplementary, Deputy Lord Mayor, and I'm going to be a bit cheeky and just a little aside. I've got my breath back after cycling in on the A38 Blue route, which, as far as I can see, is blue. So I think the best recommendation is for Deirdre to try cycling it and check out the colour. So I digress. I get back to the supplementary question. I'd like the Deputy Leader to just reflect on the issues that are starting to arise from the change of status in EU nationals and what impact that's going to have in our city, both for those EU nationals and for our economy. Thank you.
Deputy Leader to response, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Clements regularly puts me to shame with her athleticism in cycling. I need to get my bike fixed and try it myself as well, because it is an incredible resource that we've got there. We're seeing reports across Birmingham already from firms struggling to recruit to key positions as a result of skill shortages caused by Brexit. And nationally, we've seen reported issues in key skill areas such as HGV drivers as well, who have traditionally been EU nationals. We were promised by our government that Brexit would be making our country stronger, but the evidence is clearly coming through that the deal that the government has struck is so far making us weaker. Our city is already under a severe economic shock from COVID. Hidden beneath that, though, is the shock from Brexit. It is real, and we as a council are listening to business bodies and representative groups to listen to their issues and to reflect those issues back to government to get what our city needs to recover and to thrive. I should also say that we've had notification that the government is looking to strip EU nationals from most nation states of their right to vote in local elections in the UK in the future. This would take effect after the next local elections, but that would leave tens of thousands of people in our city, our fellow citizens, stripped of their democratic voice of the country they live in, they work in, and they contribute to. It is an appalling move and something that I will be strongly opposing going forward. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Next, I just ask you, Mary Luck, to put your question in, please.
It's a good job I don't get stage fright. My question is for the leader, Councillor Ian Ward. Will the leader join with me in condemning the racist behaviour directed at England players following Sunday's Euro 2020 final?
Respond, the leader, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. The England team and the England manager, Gareth Southgate, have done a fantastic job over recent weeks during the Euro Championships in uniting people right across this country. So the actions of a minority after the final on Sunday are absolutely disgusting. I'm sure everybody in this meeting this afternoon will join me in saying how absolutely sickened they are by the abuse that was directed at some of the England players following the penalty shootout, and particularly the 3 players who missed penalties in that shootout. They're all very, very young players, and they will carry, no doubt, the missing of those penalties through the rest of their careers. And I feel very, very sad for them that they are going to have to do that. I also, Deputy Lord Mayor, must comment about Aston Villa and England defender Tyrone Mings, because I absolutely agree with his comments about the Home Secretary, Priti Patel. He said that you do not get to stoke the fire at the beginning of the tournament by labelling an anti-racism message as gesture politics and then pretend to be disgusted when the very thing that the players were campaigning against happens. Former Tory party chair, Baroness Varzi, also said that the Tories need to stop the dog whistling, stop participating in the culture wars that are feeding division in this country. And I absolutely believe she is right, and her party should take note. The racists that abused England's players should be identified and punished, while those who have fuelled the fire should reflect on the role that they have played in this. And the Home Secretary owes the England squad an apology.
I have a supplementary question.
Yeah.
So do you congratulate the English team on a fantastic tournament?
Yes, leader to response, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'm sure everybody will join with me in congratulating Gareth Southgate and the whole of the England squad for their performance during the European Championships. They have done the country proud. OK, they didn't quite get over the line, they didn't win the final, but nonetheless, it was the best performance by an England side in a major tournament for 55 years. In the Olympic Games, Deputy Lord Mayor, people do not criticise or complain when someone wins a silver medal. And everybody in the city of Birmingham should be very, very proud of the England team. And I'm sure people right across Birmingham will continue to get behind the team in the way they did last Sunday and roll on the next World Cup. Let's get behind England and let's hope they can go one step further. Thank you.
We have ran out of time for this section. Last speaker, Councillor Morrell, please. Put your question in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. First, can I just associate myself with the comments that you've just made? I think the racist abuse we've seen was absolutely terrible. However, in terms of dog whistling and the culture wars, this question might be potent. A few weeks ago, a landmark report was published by the Education Select Committee in Parliament titled The Forgotten, How White Working Class Pupils Have Been Let Down and How to Change It. Now, white working class boys in particular are at the bottom of the educational attainment stack, and the data on this has been the same for over 20 years, with only the traveller community behind us. Now, spoiler alert, colleagues, I myself was a white working class lad who dropped out of school, and I've been banging on about this issue for the past 3 years at this council, and ironically, quite poetically, been ignored. Now there has been a landmark report in Parliament. Will the leader of this Labour administration start taking this issue incredibly seriously? Thank you.
Leader to respond, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. I too am a white boy from a working class background. My father was a toolmaker and very proud to have been a working class toolmaker, and I'm very proud to have had the working class upbringing that I had. Indeed, the values that have led to me becoming the leader of the City Council were instilled in me by my parents, who were both working class. I believe it is the case that across the city of Birmingham, black boys also suffer from lower educational attainment. So I don't think we should be seeking to create further division. What I think we should be looking to do is drive up the educational attainment for all those for whom the education system is currently not working. And I would just remind Councillor Morrill that the current Conservative government have been in office for 11 years. They are responsible for education policy in this country. They need to be doing more. They need to be working more closely with local government to drive that improvement in educational attainment for everyone.
Any supplementary, please?
Yes, I do have a supplementary. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Well, the data clearly shows in the report 16% of white British pupils on free school meals get places in university, compared to 59% of black African pupils, 59% of the Bangladeshi community, and 32% of the Caribbean pupils. While I agree, especially you've mentioned young boys, that we need to be obviously focusing on, the point of the matter is this issue has been staying in its face for far too long, and we've just chosen to ignore it. So I'm going to ask the question again. Will you double down on the Everyone's Battle, Everyone's Business report to ensure that it does as much as possible for white working class boys from Northfield as you do for middle class black and ethnic minority graduates from outside of the city?
Leader to response, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. First of all, could I just point out to Councillor Morrill that the statistics he's quoting are national statistics.
Yes,
they are not statistics that apply to the city of Birmingham. As I mentioned in answering his first question, I am a white working class lad who's ended up as the leader of Birmingham City Council. So nobody knows more than I do about the need to encourage white working class boys and demonstrate to them that they can achieve success through hard work and dedication. But what puzzles me is why Councillor Morrell continues to want to seek to divide the communities of Birmingham on the basis of ethnicity. As I said in answer to his first question, the government needs to do more, and the government should be working closely with local authorities to improve the educational attainment and the chances of going to university for all children and young people in this city, regardless of background.
So, next item is appointments by the City Council. Is there any? Yes, Martin.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I have a number of changes and details to be confirmed. First of all, remove Councillor Nicky Brennan from the Economy and Skills Overview and Scrutiny Committee and add Councillor Peter Griffiths. Second, remove Councillor Ian Ward from the Strategic Economic Delivery Board and add Councillor Lisa Trickett. Thirdly, remove Councillor Nagina Kauser from Licensing Committee A and add Councillor Martin Straker-Wells. And lastly, add Councillor Saima Suleiman to the Police and Crime Panel. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Is that agreed? Thank you. Is there any more? No? Thank you very much. We will now receive a report from the Cabinet providing an update on the Council's continuing response to COVID-19 and the proposed approach to recovery. The time for this item is 45 minutes. I have a list of speakers for this item. Could I ask those of you who want to speak but are not on the list to raise your hands, and I will call you if there is time. I call upon the leader, Councillor Ian Ward, to move the recommendation, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. This is now the fourth report to full council on our collective response to COVID-19, and it chronicles the latest stage of an extraordinary, traumatic and unprecedented period. Now, even as we see the light at the end of the tunnel, our job is far from over. Because although COVID has not gone away, and we need to remember that as the restrictions are relaxed next Monday, I want to talk about the recovery to come and the part that this Labour Council will play in helping the city to bounce back. And though much of our focus over the coming weeks and months will inevitably be on the economic and community recovery programmes, work is also taking place across the council to identify service areas that have been significantly impacted by the pandemic, including services in early years, mental health, domestic abuse and housing. COVID has touched on virtually every aspect of our lives. And just as we have supported the people, communities and businesses of Birmingham through the pandemic, we will now be there to help our city build back. Make no mistake, this will be a challenge. We know that many businesses have struggled to cope over the last 18 months, particularly in retail and hospitality, while Birmingham is also facing a jobs crisis. But we have reasons for optimism too, with plenty of evidence to suggest that Birmingham can play a leading role in the economic recovery. Prior to COVID, this city was seeing growth at almost twice the rate of London and 4 times the national average. And while COVID-19 has had a profound impact on the city, both economically and socially, the factors that made Birmingham such an attractive place to live, work and invest in back in the early 2020 remain in place and can now help power our recovery. Deputy Lord Mayor, our ambitious economic recovery strategy, which was approved by Cabinet in March, sets out the Council's role in supporting the city's economic recovery and contains a range of development schemes which have the potential to add significant value to the local and regional economy, in addition to creating thousands of new jobs. Work is underway on overseeing the delivery of this strategy to ensure an inclusive approach to recovery that leaves no one behind. And we will be working with partners from the business community plus other anchor organisations that play a key role in the local economy. Even at a time of such upheaval, we have continued to make progress on a significant number of major projects which will stimulate growth across the city. The Commonwealth Games, HS2, Smithfield, Digbeth, Peddymore, and of course the regeneration of Perry Bar will all help to supercharge our recovery, bringing many millions of pounds of investment into Birmingham and the wider region. And we're determined to ensure that people from every community and every neighbourhood have a stake in the growth we will help to generate in the coming years. Deputy Lord Mayor, last week we published the draft Perry Bar 2040 Master Plan, which will continue the regeneration of an area which is already seeing unprecedented levels of investment, worth over £700 million ahead of the Commonwealth Games. The Games themselves will shine a spotlight on Birmingham, and the £23.6 million Commonwealth Games Business and Tourism Programme will promote Birmingham, the wider region, as a world-class destination for trade, investment, education and tourism. If Perry Bar is one area set to benefit, we've also identified other urban centres that will play a key part in our recovery. We've launched bids for £64 million from the UK Government's Levelling Up Fund to support 4 major schemes with the potential to create the jobs and opportunities right across the city. Deputy Lord Mayor, I've spoken many times throughout the pandemic of my pride at Birmingham's collective response to the crisis. From the earliest stages of the pandemic, this has been a Team Birmingham effort and a coordinated, voluntary, community, faith and social enterprise sector approach that has been central to our city's response to the emergency. This approach, developed through our partnership with BVSC, is now being recognised at a regional and national level. And as we look to build on that approach, BVSC has developed a recovery framework that will focus on an inclusive economic recovery built on collaborative public services, prevention, early intervention, and building on community capacity. This collective approach, added to the economic interventions and major projects that I've already mentioned, gives us genuine reasons for optimism that our communities, businesses, and indeed our city will bounce back. Deputy Lord Mayor, much has been said and written about the concept of building back better, and this report makes it abundantly clear that this Labour Council is determined that the soundbite will mean something real here in Birmingham. I move that the report be noted. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one amendment which will be debated with the recommendations. I call upon Councillor Marion Jenkins to move the amendment, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Council has been given more COVID recovery funds than it has so far spent, with just under 40 million held in reserve, of which about 10 million has been allocated. Lord Mayor, when I presented substantively the same proposals as an amendment to the budget earlier in the year, the leader replied saying that I had blown my reputation as the hard man from the private sector. Now, I couldn't reply at the time, but had I replied, what I would have said is that we have seen state intervention on steroids over the last 18 months. We now have a socialist economy that Jeremy Corbyn could hardly have dreamed of. So as disappointing as it may be, I cannot ignore the reality in which I find myself, and it seems appropriate and pragmatic to use state funds to pump prime the private sector as a means of reversing this most regrettable situation. Now, many of Birmingham's businesses, despite most having done all that has been asked of them, has suffered very badly over the last year. These, Lord Mayor, are not people who have the 100% guarantee of a public sector income. Many have their fortunes at risk in these businesses in which they have invested so much of their money and their lives. And whilst I very much welcome the steps taken by the government to open up on the 19th of July, we should have done this much sooner, certainly in June as originally promised. And for my evidence, I look across the Atlantic to the United States, where states like Texas and Florida have been open for so long, and yet their outcomes are no worse than those states that have been locked down during the period. There's simply no evidence, Lord Mayor, that lockdowns work. Birmingham businesses desperately need to get back to normal trading, and I'm very pleased that the government has taken steps to facilitate this. And it's not just businesses. In addition, local centres have seen greatly reduced footfall, tourism in Birmingham has collapsed, and the education sector has been very badly affected, and with it the future of our young people. So, with all this in mind, I am again proposing that we spend just 20 million of the unallocated COVID grant that we have in reserves, and as I said in February, you know when you've been at Birmingham City Council for a long time, when you describe just 20 million. We'd like to see this targeted specifically at businesses, local centres and young people's training. And I do hope that members opposite will be able to support these quite modest proposals, which I do believe will deliver a lot of bang for our buck. I'll just mention a few of the proposals. We would support local businesses with some direct grants, and we will bring a rent reduction to support market traders at the city markets. We would support local centres with free parking at suburban centres, and I note that Sutton Town Council have even offered to fund the Sutton part of this, and unbelievably, this administration has turned down that offer. This administration is so profoundly anti-car that they won't even allow other people to help motorists. You will see that we have mentioned the low traffic neighbourhoods. These disastrous schemes which are opposed by local residents and businesses alike. And this administration will just not listen to residents when they say just how disastrous these schemes have been. It's dogma of the worst and most ridiculous type. We will provide funding to help deliver small-scale improvements to local centres, for example, create green spaces, improve shop fronts, and we'll also provide money to facilitate some deep cleaning to make them more attractive places to visit. In order to promote Birmingham, we'd like to initiate a Team Birmingham scheme aimed at helping Birmingham businesses promote what they have to offer both to residents and the world in general. We would arrange a series of market events across local centres and outdoor spaces, providing free space and market stalls to Birmingham businesses to be able to sell and promote themselves. And this would help us exploit the commercial activity that is associated with the Commonwealth Games. Lastly, Lord Mayor, we would provide additional resources for young people in Birmingham who have been so badly affected by events over the last 18 months. They have seen their exams unnecessarily cancelled. They've lost huge swathes of their education, always affecting the least able and the least educationally able and the least financially able to withstand this. They've seen so many soft parts of their education not take place, but parts such as, for example, end-of-term events, proms, saying goodbye to your friends, things which don't contribute directly to the academic side, but are all an important part of maturing into young adults. And so we would provide funding to help supplement the education that they have missed and also to help students in the same endeavour. Lord Mayor, can I end by thanking all those people who have contributed to the efforts over the pandemic, and I think on this occasion, particularly of those private sector workers, and I think also of delivery drivers. And I don't know about you, but I've managed to keep going because of the almost unbelievably good service that we get from local delivery drivers. You order items one day, and they arrive the next. And I just think to myself, gosh, if Birmingham City Council was providing this delivery service, I wonder how long I would have to wait for this replacement USB cable or whatever it was that I ordered. Just think about that. So I'll conclude at that point, Lord Mayor, and thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Debbie Clancy to second the amendment, please.
Deputy Lord Mayor, I rise to second the amendment proposed by Councillor Jenkins. May I begin by first of all thanking all the staff, partners, community groups and volunteers who have done so much to respond to the awful situation that we have all faced this last 18 months. In the worst of times, we have so often seen the very best of Birmingham. However, the reason for this amendment is that, despite all this good work, there is still a need for honest introspection about where we are as a city and as a city council. It serves nobody well, least of all those who have suffered the most from this pandemic, to label every issue we face as being an unavoidable consequence of COVID, or of pursuing different agendas under the guise of COVID response, where this would be more appropriately dealt with by full and comprehensive engagement and following proper governance procedures. Deputy Lord Mayor, members will be aware that the Council is due any day now to hear about the results of Ofsted's re-inspection of services for children with special educational needs after a damning report in 2018. Whilst we will have to say, wait and see what Ofsted will say, anyone who talks to parents of SEND children, reads the press, watches scrutiny, looks at some of the answers to the questions put forward by our group, will surely come to the conclusion that the service remains very far from where it needs to be and why our city's children deserve it to be. Deputy Lord Mayor, the report laid before Council today would have us believe that a quite brilliant written statement of action was all set to fix all the issues with SEN until blown off course by the pandemic. That the Cabinet members promised to this chamber on taking up her role to make resolving SEN services her #1 priority would have been delivered if COVID had not got in the way. Deputy Lord Mayor, I think anyone with any knowledge of the service will know that this is simply not the case. As we have already heard this afternoon, there has been a staggering 44% drop in the number of EHCPs completed within timescale, but nationally this fall was only 4%. Clearly, this cannot be blamed purely in the pandemic. Written questions last month shows that only 28% of decisions due at the beginning of this year were actually made. That is over 2/3 of people who can't even get to the point where they can access their statutory rights to appeal or mediation. School transport for SEND children has become so bad that the leader has effectively taken control of the service from the Cabinet member, who school heads have already said they have no confidence in. Even now, though, we are still seeing headlines in papers about blunders in the service stemming from policy failures and poor decision. This is not due to COVID, Deputy Lord Mayor. These problems are deep-rooted and systemic, and attempts to use COVID as an excuse to further undermine what is rock bottom and the rock bottom trust that parents have in the council has been damaged even further, with no serious attempts at improvement. That is why, Deputy Lord Mayor,
30 seconds to go, please.
I would urge all members to support our amendment, to inject some honesty into the discussions about where this council is in responding to challenges that exist both within and outside the parameters of our COVID response. Put simply, we must do all we can to respond to COVID and support the recovery, but we must not use the pandemic as a blanket excuse for failings that run much deeper, no matter how well the recovery goes, those who rely on this council for support will be left facing the same failures as the same broken promises. Deputy Lord Mayor, I second this amendment.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Yeah. We will now debate the report. I call upon Councillor Bridget Jones. Yes, put your views in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'm going to start with the numbers. So at the time of writing this report, 2,995 Birmingham people had lost their lives to this pandemic. If we take a single member ward, that's nearly 1 in 3 people that has ended up leaving us too soon and leaving behind a devastated family. It has been an extraordinary time for them. It has been an extraordinary time for the council and for our 11,000 staff who, against this backdrop of absolute grief, have been slaving away to keep our services running and to keep Birmingham ticking along. And what I'd say to our staff is, I know you're knackered, I know you're exhausted, and we are so grateful as a city council to all that you have been doing over the last 16 months for us and all that you are now working on to help things get back to normal as soon as we safely can. Partnership has been absolutely key to our work over the last year. And as you'll see from the report, it is vital to our way forward with recovery as well. And again, our thanks goes out to the health partners, to schools, to business bodies, to universities, to colleges, and to all of our other many partners. I could take up my whole time listing you who have come to the table to work with us on coping with this last 16 months. Partnership has always been vital to us, but now more than ever as we try to recover whilst coping with a third wave at the same time. Our recovery framework that has been set out, BVSC are working with Councillor John Cotton on our community recovery side, and we've got the economic recovery side working alongside that. But what is absolutely vital is that we don't lose sight of the fact that this pandemic is not over and we are still deep in the thick of it. And can I thank members for all of your work, particularly some of our councillors have been out there in their wards getting the message out on vaccines. It is the only way we're going to get out of this, getting our population vaccinated and keeping those efforts up, and particularly Councillor Hamilton, who has not only been promoting the message, but literally going out there and jabbing people herself, has been extraordinary on that. We cannot ignore that the city remains particularly vulnerable to unlocking next week. We've got a really young population, and a much higher percentage of our city is still ineligible for a vaccine than you'll get in other places. And this is why I really profoundly disagree with Councillor Jenkins on the way forward. Our young population are particularly vulnerable. Our staff are terrified that work on the front line. Our shop staff across the city are terrified of what's going to happen on the 19th and what it means for them. The same policies applied nationally in a blanket way on particularly stopping masking in public places do not have the same impact here in Birmingham as they might do in Uxbridge or Hillingdon. When you apply those same policies here, it costs more lives because a higher percentage of our population is still ineligible for a vaccination. And despite what the PM has recklessly sent out, despite him rolling back the mandatory masking, I'm still going to be wearing my masks on the bus and in shops, and I very much urge other people to do so too. It was lovely of Councillor Jenkins to read out his amendment to the February budget, but that was back in February. This is July. Our budget is
30 seconds left, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Our budget is still hurting from COVID, with reduced incomes across the piece, and our money needs to be spent wisely. We've set out a robust plan for recovery with our partners, and we're going to be working to it against the surge in cases that we are going to inevitably have, thanks to the announcements about next Monday. We are not out of this pandemic yet. We must not bury our heads in the sand about the reality that we face, and we must do all we can to carry on protecting our population from the worst of what could happen to them. We've lost 3,000 already. That is 3,000 too many. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Now I call upon Councillor Hunt. Put your views in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. And I'd like to thank Councillor Jones for that reflective comments on the situation we're in. I was disappointed in the leader's presentation, which was very much a State of the City address when we are still in very perilous times. And as Councillor Jones indicated, our city is in very perilous times, in particular as we come out of lockdown. And I want to ask a couple of questions about how we deal with this as we go forward, if I may. Just to reinforce some of the perils we face, I don't know if we've been following some of the projections that have come out nationally, but there is talk of 100,000 infections daily as we come out of lockdown. There is talk of, and this is from government advisors, of up to 5,000 hospital admissions across England daily as we come out of lockdown. It is a huge risk being taken because of this Delta variant that is affecting us. According to the British Medical Association, 90% of doctors believe that mask wearing should stay compulsory in a number of settings, including public transport. We are in very perilous times, and it seems to upset all our ideologies, liberal, socialist, conservative. Everybody seems to be going in different directions, but we have to deal with the situation we are in at the moment. So I'd just like to ask a couple of questions around this. Firstly, around mask wearing. The government is saying mask wearing will not be compulsory anywhere. There will be guidance for businesses and so forth. I just wonder if we could explore whether individual public transport operators could enforce mask wearing on their transport. Public transport, I was being concerned throughout about the failure to enforce mask wearing on public transport. I had a lot of feedback from constituents about it, and I do think maybe we could be different in Birmingham this time and try and set a clear example on our public transport about public safety as we go forward. And those risks to our city, just do not forget them. It's not just what's going to happen across the country, it's the fact we have huge unvaccinated populations within our city. Overall across the city, 21% of over 50s have not had their second vaccine. 16% of over 50s have not had a single vaccine at all. There's a huge amount of vaccine hesitancy and resistance and ignorance out there in the city. Some neighbourhoods and wards are in a very, very low and unprotected state, headed by Newtown, where only 18% of adults in Newtown have had 2 doses of vaccination. Only 38% have had a single vaccination in Newtown, and there are other wards in a similar situation, although Newtown is in the worst situation. And Being parochial, my constituents will ride on buses through Newtown. We need to get the whole city protected. So on vaccination, and I asked this at Cabinet, because there is a £17 million underspent in last year's COVID budget that came from the government. There was a £17 million underspend, and we heard about some local initiatives that have been taking place to try and boost vaccination. But could we not concentrate those resources that we have to get those vaccination rates up across the city, to get that information out to everybody in their own language, in their own communities and their own places, to understand now that if you're not vaccinated, it is you that are at risk. It's not you're putting other people at risk. Director of Public Health informed us, basically the word is endemic. The virus is going to be out there. It's going to be
30
everywhere.
30 seconds left, please.
Unless you protect yourself, unless you are protected, you are at risk and you are at very serious risk. So can we take measures to that effect? Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thanks. Now I call upon Councillor Chatfield. Put your views in, please.
Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor. Whilst a great deal of attention has quite rightly been focused on the heroic work of our frontline services, we should also recognise the efforts of our backroom staff. They have also played a critical role, not least in the pandemic, but also as we move forward into the recovery phase. Our finance service provided assurance and running data on a live basis in a way that few would have believed possible only a short while ago. Our success in this area was acknowledged recently in the 3-star CIPFA report, as noted at the last Cabinet meeting. Members were kept updated throughout the pandemic on its financial impact and the constantly shifting arrangements from central government with regards to funding. We have also endeavoured to produce consistent reports for the government, the executive and scrutiny. This achievement should not be understated and has only happened as a result of our finance service and budget holders going above and beyond. Our procurement team has worked under intense pressure to deliver vital supplies, including PPE, to the front line as and when required. Not only did we provide what was needed when it was needed, we also did this legally and without favour. Perhaps this government should ask us for a few tips. I'm sure our procurement staff will be more than willing to help them out with that. Our HR service has faced unprecedented challenges. It has a key role as we move into recovery, supplying our staff and returning to offices or adapting to new agile ways of working. Throughout the pandemic, HR have supported our staff with the personal challenges we've all faced. Self-isolation, home working, and in some cases, sickness as a result of COVID. HR have made great use of technology to keep staff stuck at home connected and motivated. Large numbers have attended Yammer sessions. Teams training has been rolled out so that it is used to its optimum extent. They've also engaged positively with trade unions throughout. Sickness absence monitoring and health and safety processes have been maintained and remain key areas of focus, along with our work on equalities, the importance of which has only been exposed further by COVID and its unequal impact on our city. Pleasingly, despite COVID, our sickness rates are at a record low levels, and we must learn lessons on how to maintain this as we move back into a normal working environment. In summary, these services have kept our staff safe, controlled our finances, helped our work to continue and overcome complex challenges never before faced in local government. So on behalf of myself and my Cabinet colleagues, I'd like to place on record our thanks. Thank you.
Now I call upon Councillor Mary Luck. Put your views in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Mary Locke, Sturchley Ward, speaking on the motion, supporting the motion and rejecting the amendment. The Council's response by all staff has been tremendous, and it continues to be so. From food parcels, PPE, business grants, a lifeline in my ward especially. Staff have worked hard to keep things going. Communities coming together to help. Elected members too, helping deliver food, helping at vaccination clinics. As Cabinet Advisor for Carers, I wish to mention the weekly Teams meeting for staff who are carers. It began in March 2020. Carers have had responsibility before the pandemic, And also many did not see loved ones who were in care homes. Others worked from home and did their caring and did homeschooling also. The weekly session has been a lifeline for us all, supporting, listening and getting to know each other. Caring is isolating, yes. This has been helpful to all, and I hope it can continue for all staff who are carers, as it gives much support. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon the leader, Councillor Ian Ward, to reply, please.
Let me start with the comments that were made by Councillor Clancy, because I do want to reassure her that we are in no way seeking to use the pandemic to cover up for any service failure. We are open and honest when we get things wrong. We do not seek to cover anything up. Certainly not in the way that the government have sought to use the successful rollout of the vaccine by the NHS to cover up their failings throughout last year. A failure to lock down quickly enough, twice. A failure to implement an effective track and trace system, which is still ongoing. And a failure to recognise the seriousness of the virus in the first place, with the Prime Minister, somewhat comically and tragically, as it turned out, running round hospitals, shaking hands with patients. Completely reckless. Secondly, I do want to address Councillor Hunt's point, because I think he made a valid point about use of masks on public transport. Indeed, the Prime Minister made reference to this when he spoke yesterday evening, encouraging people to continue to wear masks on public transport. And indeed, at a meeting of the 7 Met leaders this morning, I sought agreement from the Met leaders that we would be calling upon Travel for West Midlands to continue to insist that masks should be worn on public transport across the West Midlands for the safety of all of our communities. Let me now turn to the amendment that has been moved by Councillor Jenkins. This is trying to make a few political points. It is really not serious about recovery for the people of Birmingham. Councillor Jenkins, yet again, called for earlier relaxation of the restrictions. The restrictions should have been relaxed in June, he said. That goes against the scientific advice provided to his own government. He doesn't agree with his own government. Deputy Lord Mayor, through you, if I could tell Councillor Jenkins, there are still 350,000 people in this city who've not been double jabbed. Councillor Jenkins should not be so reckless with the lives of Brummies. He wishes to spend the COVID money that has been provided to the council by the government. What he does not understand is that the COVID monies that we have available are ring-fenced for a certain purpose by his own government. So he cannot just pick and choose where he wants to spend £20 million. He can't decide to spend this money where he would want. He likes to make political points about low-traffic neighbourhoods. He clearly does not support low-traffic neighbourhoods. He describes them as disastrous. Well, you can say here. What you all ignore is the money for these low-traffic neighbourhoods have been provided by the Conservative government. You are again opposing the policies of your own government. Your own government even insisted that this money was spent quickly and these neighbourhoods were set up at speed. That has led to some of the issues that we're now still having to seek to resolve. If you don't support the Conservative government and you don't support the Conservative Party, be honest and tell the people of Birmingham that. Deputy Lord Mayor, we will be opposing the amendment because it is simply not serious about the future of this city or the future of the people of Birmingham. This Labour Council has set aside the money to fund the city's recovery plan. And we will be working with the private sector, the voluntary sector and our communities to attract the investment and to create the jobs that are needed to build this city back, creating a cleaner, a greener and a fairer Birmingham. And all members of this council should get behind that plan. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now vote on the amendment proposed by the Councillor Marion Jenkins and seconded by the Councillor Debbie Clancy. Those in favour? Those against? That is last. Yeah. The city solicitor will call your name, and can you please state how you wish to vote? Yeah.
Thank you. When I call your name, can you stand up and let me know whether it's for or against? So Councillor Ackler. Against. Councillor Atkin. Councillor Deirdre Alden. For. Councillor Robert Alden. For. Councillor Atwal.
Atwal. No. Oh.
So, against or for? Thank you. Councillor Azim. Councillor Barry. Councillor Barry? Absent. Councillor Baz?
Baz.
Councillor Buchan? Councillor Bennett? Councillor Ball? Councillor Brennan? Councillor Bridle? Councillor Brown? Councillor Chatfield? Councillor Chowdhury? Councillor Clancy, Debbie Clancy? Councillor Clements? Councillor Cornish? Councillor Cotton? Councillor Davis? Councillor Delaney? Councillor Donaldson? Councillor Fowler? Councillor Eustace? If I forgot that. Is he not here? He's absent. Councillor Francis? Councillor Freeman? Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Harmer? Councillor Higgs? Councillor Ho Divalon? Absent. Councillor Holbrook? Councillor Hunt? Councillor Hussain? Mahmood
Hussain.
Against. Shabana Hussain? Councillor Huxtable? Councillor Idrit? Councillor Iqbal? Councillor Ira? Councillor Islam? Councillor Jan? Councillor Jenkins, Marion Jenkins. Councillor Kerry Jenkins. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Jones. Josh Jones, sorry. Not here. Councillor Bridget Jones. Councillor Cusar. Councillor Lull. Councillor Leddy. Councillor Lines, Bruce Lines. Councillor John Lines. Councillor Locke. Councillor Mackey. Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Micah. Absent. Councillor Moore. Councillor Morrell. Councillor O'Reilly. Councillor Shea. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Pocock. Councillor Pritchard. Oh, he's not here, is he? Yeah. Councillor Rashid. Councillor Quinnen, sorry, Councillor Quinnen. Against. Councillor Rashid. No. Councillor Sandbrook. Councillor Sandhu. Councillor Scott. Councillor Shea.
Okay.
Councillor Spence. Councillor Stamford. Councillor Stalker. No. Councillor Straker Wells. Storer. 4. Councillor Straker Wells. Councillor Suman. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Tilsley. Councillor Trickett. Councillor Ward, Ian Ward. Councillor Mike Ward. Councillor Webb. Councillor Councillor Alexi. Yeah. 4. Councillor Ken Ward. 4, sorry. Councillor Zaffoy is not with us, is he?
Zahoor.
Have I missed anybody?
Yeah,
Sir?
Mr. Zahoor.
You missed me.
Zahoor Malik. Shah. Yeah. Shafiq Shah. Zahoor Malik. Zahoor.
Oh, that was done as an
Zahoor.
apology.
Zahoor.
How are you voting? Against?
Mr. Shah.
Councillor Mia.
Councillor Mia.
Councillor Mia.
Oh, right, that's done as an apology as well. How are you voting, Councillor? Against? That's lost.
Mr. Shah.
Councillor Shah?
Against.
I had you as against.
Councillor Mia.
Councillor Mia, I think he said again.
Right at the back.
Where? Has anybody not been called? Phil, I've got lost. Based on my numbers, it's lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, lost. It's lost. It's not counted.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Time we're finished.
It's not time. Just say it's lost.
We just totally, that is lost. We will now vote on the recommendation as amended. Those in favor? Yeah. Yeah. Can I read again, please? We will now vote on the recommendation as amended. Unamended. Yeah. Sorry about that. Can make mistake anybody? You may forgive me, please. Those in favor? Not. No. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Time will come back. There will time. There will now be a break. Council members, I move that the council be adjourned until 16:50. Is that seconded? Seconded. Thank you.
Mile and heart
The Deputy Lord Mayor.
Please be seated. We now move on to the agenda item 10, motions for debate from individual members. The time for this item is 90 minutes. I have a list of speakers for this item. Could I ask those of you who want to speak but are not on the list to raise your hands, and I will call you if there is a time. Could I also ask that when you present the motion that you clearly state that I move the motion as set out in today's papers. I call upon Councillor Ian Ward to move the motion of which he has given notice.
When this council met on February 25th last year, none of us could possibly have predicted the devastation, turmoil and heartbreak that was set to unfold over the coming months. None of us could have foretold the scale of loss to come and the impact COVID-19 would have on all of our lives. The word unprecedented has been used a lot over the last year and a half, but the COVID pandemic has been just that. This has been a devastating 18 months of grief and anxiety, with every person, every family and every neighbourhood across Birmingham affected, some tragically more than others. Deputy Lord Mayor, I spoke earlier of our plans to help the people, communities and businesses recover from the COVID pandemic. And that, of course, is one of the biggest challenges facing us in the coming weeks and months. But it's vitally important to acknowledge that for far too many families, that road to recovery will be much, much tougher. No amount of strategies or investment programmes can ever compensate for what they have experienced and what they have lost over the last 18 months. Because as we all know, far too many families are mourning the loss of loved ones and they need answers. But it goes beyond even that. It's not just the bereaved who need answers. Collectively, we need to understand how the last 18 months have unfolded across the United Kingdom. How is it that the UK has recorded the 7th highest COVID death toll in the world, with almost 130,000 deaths recorded by the end of June? What led to the 42,000 deaths registered by care homes alone? And why does the UK have one of the highest COVID mortality rates per 100,000 of the population? Deputy Lord Mayor, as I'm sure many of us have over the last year and a half, I've spoken to families who have lost loved ones during the pandemic. I've met with bereaved families and I've listened to their heartbreaking stories of wives, husbands, fathers, mothers, sisters and brothers taken far too soon, of not being able to hold a loved one's hand and of being denied the chance to say goodbye. For far too many families in Birmingham and right across the country, life will never be the same again. Of course, a public inquiry will not bring back their loved ones, but every person, every family and every community that has suffered loss deserves answers, and they deserve those answers as quickly as possible. Was the UK adequately prepared for a pandemic? Were the right decisions made at the right times? And was the scientific advice followed throughout the crisis, as claimed by the government? These and many more questions must be answered in a public inquiry that looks at all aspects of the handling of the pandemic, from why frontline workers were not better protected to the timing of lockdown measures and the tragic deaths in the care system. Deputy Lord Mayor, to give a Birmingham example, how was it that in May last year, this council was being sent face masks for frontline workers that were 6 years out of date? 6 years. How on earth was that allowed to happen? And let's not pretend that that was an isolated incident. There are plenty of organisations across the country that can point to similar examples. And there are many more questions that must be answered about care homes, about test and trace, about the impact of key government decisions throughout the pandemic. We all need to understand what went wrong. But it's important to stress that this is not about finger pointing. It's not a blame game. It's about understanding the events of a turbulent period and the lessons that can and must be learned. It's also about ensuring that next time, if there is a next time, the UK is better prepared. Deputy Lord Mayor, the government decision to delay launching a public inquiry until spring of 2022 represents a betrayal of the victims and their families, delaying the opportunity to learn vital lessons and prolonging grief and uncertainty. And as the Institute for Government stated earlier this year, delaying an inquiry is unnecessary and unhelpful, with anonymous briefings and leaks filling the vacuum in public discussions about the government's management of the crisis. An inquiry is the correct way to uncover the truth, deliver accountability, and learn lessons. So a fully independent public inquiry should get underway immediately, and the families themselves must be listened to. There's absolutely no excuse for this cruel delay that merely adds to the grief and the loss. The families and the victims deserve better. We all deserve better. Lord Mayor, I move the motion in my name in today's order paper. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Oleta Milton to second, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I rise to second this motion. The COVID pandemic was difficult for the whole world. I believe this motion is timely because as we open up to society, many bereaved families are feeling forgotten. They still want answers and they want them in a timely manner. It is time that the government set the date to launch a full, independent public inquiry into the COVID pandemic. This pandemic has claimed the lives of far too many. We have all faced the loss of loved ones and shed too many tears as we have supported family members and friends. One lady that I know personally, after the death of her husband, she said, "What I have endured over the last year, if I was not a Christian, I would have taken a rope and hung myself on the nearest tree." People are hurting and they need answers. People have battled with the fallout of decisions taken nationally and lost loved ones in nursing homes when the Secretary of State for Health, Matt Hancock, decided that he would be protecting the NHS and thousands of elderly people were sent back into nursing homes. And people also died at home. I will share my own experience of my son's mother-in-law. Her name was Jennifer. On the 11th of January this year, myself and Jennifer were very, very, very good friends. And she rang me at 8 o'clock and she said, "Paulette, they have diagnosed me with COVID." On Monday at 7:28, Jennifer was dead. We are not going to be able to see our children go down the aisle. We are not going to be able to see our family have their grandchildren because she's no longer with us. People need a timetable for an inquiry, and I urge Boris Johnson to lead and set out the timetable for the inquiry which will give bereaved families and all of us the answers that are needed for many of us to learn and be able to move on. I know families who still do not believe family members are no longer with us, because the last time they saw them, they were going into ambulances, they weren't able to do the rituals of death, and then they've been told that family members are dead. They've been buried, and they have not been able to say goodbye. It is essential that those who have lost loved ones are at the heart of this inquiry, and as they unfortunately have lost the most and are still struggling to come to terms with their loss. Tragically, here in Birmingham, we have lost almost 3,000 people to COVID. The austerity costs have polarized communities, leading to the haves and the have-nots. The pandemic has exposed the links between inequality experienced across race, gender, disability, and age. The government has a responsibility to ensure that the UK learns the lessons and is better prepared and informed on responding to future pandemics. We cannot let the government delay the inquiry, because we all need answers to ensure society moves on in a positive way. Deputy Lord Mayor, I second this motion set out under the leader's name. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have two amendments which will be debated with the motion. I call upon Councillor Paul Tilsley to move the first amendment, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. We do need a public inquiry, and unfortunately, the British governments of various colours have had a record of kicking the can down the road and ensuring that it takes as long as possible for us to get to the truth. The amendment standing in my name draws attention to what I consider one of the biggest mistakes that has been made this year over the COVID pandemic. And that is to leave the door open to people travelling from India to the United Kingdom. I say that because at the beginning of April, the statistics were pretty clear. There were 21 people per million diagnosed with COVID in Pakistan. There were 42 per million in Bangladesh. And there were 168 per million in India. Just think about those statistics. And yet, on the 9th of April, the government closed the doors to travel between Pakistan and Bangladesh, but left it open for India. Why? Secret is in the words that I've put before the Council today, because the Prime Minister had an official visit to India on the 25th and 28th of April. And I quote, Downing Street is keen to make political statement that India is the first nation the PM visits as a way of brokering new post-Brexit trading relationships. So for 2 full weeks, the door was kept open. And we all saw in March and April the scenes played out daily on our television about the suffering that was taking place in India. Hospitals full, queues of cars and vans outside hospitals, patients dying because they couldn't get medical treatment. They needed oxygen. India produces a lot of oxygen, but it ain't the right type of oxygen for clinical treatment. It takes time, and the time wasn't there. However, eventually on the 19th, the door was closed. Now, there are a lot of things that India does very well. It does a heck of a lot of back office functions for UK commerce. They are very adept at IT and write a lot of programs. But they also have something that Prime Minister Modi wanted to send us, and that is a lot of people. A lot of students to our universities and colleges. And the Prime Minister was reluctant to close the door because he wanted a trade deal. It's estimated that some 20,000 Indians came into the UK during that 2-week period. And we've seen a further phase of the pandemic. Since the beginning of the year, I've been sending out the statistics in Sheldon to my network. And I did it religiously every week. Until in May, there were no positive COVID tests. And that went on for 5 weeks. But latterly, I've had to start again because the latest statistics were 30 people were diagnosed as testing positive in Sheldon. And all with the Delta variant. We have to recognise, Deputy Lord Mayor, that there have been failings in the way that we have dealt with the pandemic. And it's unfortunate that the Prime Minister's libertarian instincts have undermined the COVID response. The £37 billion that was spent on test and trace is 25% of the annual budget of the NHS. And yet, what have we got to show for it? Very, very little, apart from the fact that the Chief Executive of Test and Trace wanted, with her track record, her excellent track record of wrecking Talk, she wanted to be Chief Executive of the NHS as well. There is much to learn because inevitably there will be another pandemic, and we have to learn from our experience over the last 18 months, and it may well stretch until the end of the year, how we can deal with pandemics in the future to ensure that our citizens are safe and that we don't lose, 126,000 citizens prematurely. I move, Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you.
I call upon Councillor Zakir Chaudhry to second the First Amendment, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I rise up to second the amendment which has been put under Paul Tilsley's name. I'm going to share you a couple of stories and then I will move on. Being a Muslim, I will share a couple of stories. Since last year, we had so many tragic deaths in Muslim community. We wasn't able to have our loved one funeral, and one family came to me. His mother and father, they both had COVID on same day. They were taken to hospital, And after 3-4 days, father passed away, and after a couple of hours, mother passed away. And it was heartbreaking. They came to me, and they needed some help to arrange their funerals. I did what I could to help them, and it was shocking that they had to bury mother and father almost 1 day apart in Sutton U-Hall Cemetery. I think we have to think about this COVID, and we have to take it very seriously. Our Prime Minister have to take it seriously. It has emerged that more than 20,000 people have flown from India, and they came to this country on the 23rd of April. It was reported in Sunday Times. PHE data has revealed that at least 122 people bought the Indian variant to the Britain from New Delhi and Mumbai between last March and end of April. They were allowed to self-isolate at home. When they arrived in UK, instead of completing a hotel quarantine, they was allowed to go home. And I think that we have to take this variant seriously, and I urge everybody in our communities to take this seriously. Although the knockdown will be over in 19th July, we still need to take extra precaution to protect the vulnerable within our communities so that the life fully can get back to normal. Thank you. I move to second the amendment.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Matt Bennett to move the second amendment, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I just start by saying it's very good to be seeing everybody again after all this time. I don't think anyone said that today, but I do feel I feel happy to be seeing everyone here today. So, as far as this motion and the amendment goes, I think it's important to say that we agree fully with the fact that there should be a public inquiry. There's no disagreement about that. In fact, I agree with large parts of what speakers have said so far. It's been a horrendous period. Many people have lost their loved ones. Of course they need answers. Of course we need to learn the lessons and understood what could have been done better. And I think the approach that's been taken here, I have to say I do wish to pay tribute actually to Councillor Hamilton, who has involved me as the shadow member a great deal over the past year, and I think she's taken a particularly good stand on vaccines and making sure the vaccines get delivered. And she's had some stick from her own community as well. And I think it's important to note that. I've got a huge admiration for the stand she's taken. Now, as far as this motion goes, of course I understand why Labour wished to bring a motion calling for an immediate public inquiry. We do need answers. It has been an unprecedented situation. And the government has faced challenges that no government for many, many years has had to face. And of course it wasn't at all obvious what should be done at first. If you look back at the scientific advice at the time, it varied from day to day, from week to week, because we were learning more about this virus. So it's understandable and perhaps inevitable that mistakes were made. People have referred to particular situations. I'm not going to go into things that I think should have been done better. I will say, though, that I think Paul mentioned £37 billion spent on track and trace. What have we got for it? Well, largely a load of tests, actually. That's where most of the money's gone, testing. But we do need to learn lessons. The question, the area where we differ is, of course, about the timing and about the focus. Now, this thing, as we're being told by politicians from all sides and by scientists right now, is not over. We are about to go into a new phase, and things will hopefully become different. But it is not over. And even the remarks the Prime Minister made yesterday made it clear it's difficult to be certain at any point about what the right thing to do is. It's finely balanced. And I would rather the energies of politicians and civil servants and the resources of the state were focused on getting us through this crisis. And then, when the dust has settled, we can ask all those questions. We can ask whether we should have locked down at the right time, whether the scientific advice should have been listened to, whether it should have been weighed up against other considerations, because follow the science is a lovely slogan, but science isn't the only thing that we have to consider in any time. The economy, our well-being, our way of life, all of these things had to be balanced, and they were incredibly difficult decisions. I completely agree that the bereaved relatives of people lost to COVID, their voices have to be heard as part of this process. But they are not the only voices that have to be heard as part of this process, because everyone has suffered in some way. People have lost jobs, they've lost businesses. People are suffering from long COVID. There is a mental health crisis resulting from the lockdown itself. Children's education has suffered. Students have had to be educated, have their lectures from home remotely for over a year. There's been a huge cost to this, and there's been a huge number of people who have suffered. And all of those voices should be heard and involved in this inquiry. And they should also all be allowed to participate and able to participate with the minimum or hopefully no restrictions on movement and assembly and being able to physically be in a room. So it seems very, very important to me that we have this inquiry at a time when we can be sure the dust has settled, when everybody can participate, and with a terms of reference and an ability for people to be involved across the whole spectrum, not just those people, important though they are, who have lost loved ones to COVID. That's where we differ today. We do not differ on the need for a public inquiry. A public inquiry is important. But I'm afraid I do see this is the Labour motion, an attempt to bring it out now. Councillor Ward referred to a delay. There's no delay in a public inquiry. This is the timetable the government has set out. There was never going to be anything earlier, so there is no delay. The reason the Labour Party are calling for this is because they are absolutely desperate to seem relevant at the moment. And if you look at everything they're doing now, what have they done throughout the inquiry? They haven't argued with very much at the time. They've gone along with everything. And then when things start to go a little bit wrong, or when it looks like changes need to be made, they'll leap in and call for something that's either already about to happen or it's obvious is about to happen. That's been the pattern all the way through. Can I also say that the motion omits the big success in this, which is the vaccination programme. The vaccination programme delivered by our fantastic NHS, but also procured using Kate Bingham, the vaccines advisor, brought in by this government. Now, that was the approach that many in the Labour Party criticised at the time. They said that it was wrong, that we should go with the European Union, but actually now we have a fantastic result at the moment. We have 45.6 million. I hope these are the up-to-date stats. They're changing all the time. 87% of the population have had one dose. 34 million, 51% have had 2 doses. That's one of the highest in the world, and we're very well placed, and that is because of the actions of this government. So, of course, there have been mistakes made. There have been many of them. As I say, I won't go into what I think they are, but I don't personally have any time for Dido Harding, and But there we go. Those are things that need to be addressed, but they need to be addressed at the correct time, not used as a tool by the Labour Party desperate to make itself seem relevant when actually nobody really wants to hear anything that they have to say at the moment. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
I call upon Councillor John Lyons to second the second amendment, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Bennett is a very gentle person. Councillor Ward, in seconding this amendment, Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Ward says people need answers. Well, that may well be so. But, Lord Mayor, I think the people of Birmingham need a council that will support them and will take some responsibility. Lord Mayor, this is a sensible amendment. And I think it's an amendment suitable for this cheap motion before us today. I believe there needs to be an inquiry, and it should be, into this inept, irresponsible council. To attempt to cover up its failing, blaming Boris does not really
is not really the answer. I think it's pathetic. May I say what a wonderful job Boris Johnson and the government have been doing with regard to the virus. Oh, indeed. And we have to compare it with what they're doing in Brussels, that favoured place over that side of the chamber, where we are saddened and regret the loss of life within our nation and within our city. We are aware of the high numbers in certain areas of our city, and we are also aware of the reasons. It is a culture problem for not participating in the vaccination against this terrible, terrible virus. The reason given for this selfish attitude are many. Without upsetting too many of the wokies over there, I'll just mention one, or maybe I should upset them. No. One excuse given to me by a friend of a relative of his was the jab was refused. Within it was a chip to enable Boris to track them. I wonder where that tale came from, Lord Mayor. And members on this side would request to and help to allay these fears. And I would hope that those members on that side, although there are a few that are not here today for some reason or other, we should assist those that are afraid of having the vaccination, not just attack Boris Johnson. The disregard to the laws was led, if you remember, Deputy Lord Mayor, by Councillor Ali with his mass funeral event. And I believe this council has lost any sort of control. The loss of life and suffering in many respects lie in the hands of this council, with the council staff deciding who and how meetings should be held, when staff should return to their offices, landlines phoned switched off, mobiles paid for by the people of our city go unanswered. And there are a massive number of unattended cries for help from our people in this city. So let's have an early inquiry, Deputy Lord Mayor, into this gutless, unacceptable Labour Council. Thank you.
Now, I just call to Catherine Arrow to put your views in, please. Catherine.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, for allowing me to speak on this excellent motion, and thank you to Helen, who's just looking after my son for me while I give this speech. It is imperative that the national COVID inquiry starts as soon as possible this year. As a secondary school teacher since 2008, I would like to raise the enormous impact the pandemic has had on our children and young people. Education has been massively affected by COVID. Schools were closed to the majority of pupils from March to July 2020, and again from January to early March in 2021. In total, the majority of pupils have missed out on 6 months of education in school. This 6 months is not, of course, taking into account all the weeks where bubbles and groups of children, and often whole year groups, have been sent home to isolate due to a positive case. The latest official figures for the 17th of June show in England that 2.7% of primary and 4.2% of secondary school children were currently absent because of COVID, the majority of whom were self-isolating because of potential contact with a positive pupil in school. Of course, teachers have worked incredibly hard to provide a high quality of education, utilising remote teaching via video lessons and online work. I applaud all teachers for their resilience, ingenuity, creativity and flexibility to be able to do their best for our children and young people. However, There can be little doubt that for the vast majority of pupils, remote learning has not been as effective as teaching in the classroom would have been. Furthermore, many vulnerable children demonstrated very low levels of engagement during remote learning, which is extremely concerning. It is a massive priority for schools to close the gap between disadvantaged pupils and other pupils. It is my fear that this pandemic will have widened that gap. There are also our very young children in early years in nurseries, childminders and other providers to think of. For certain, the formative years have the biggest impact on a child and their future. If a young child has missed out on a quality early years education, this could have a lifelong impact on their life chances. Furthermore, there is a deeper and potentially even more worrying impact on our young people, the impact on their mental health. Worryingly, studies show that the proportion of young people suffering with their mental health has increased, and for those young people with a history of mental health, their mental health has worsened. Our children have had to bear the brunt of this pandemic. Their education has been damaged. This is totally unfair. We must not let it affect their futures. If even one child's future is adversely affected by this pandemic, then that is one child too many. This COVID inquiry must start now, and it must focus on the impact on our children. We must ensure that our children are given every opportunity to get back on track with their education, and that they are given every support with their physical and mental health. We must ensure that the country is prepared for any future pandemic so that our children's education and life chances will never again be affected in this way. Please support this motion.
Now I call upon Councillor Rob Pocock. Put your views in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. There should be no further delay in the launching of an inquiry into what this country has learnt from the pandemic experience. If it's time to open up in the economy, it's time to open an inquiry. The time is now to take steps to learn the lessons that we all can learn from the experience of the last 15, 18 months. And let's be clear about this. It's not a blame game, but there were mistakes made. There were mistakes made by government, by scientists, civil servants. There were mistakes made through this period, and lessons need to be learnt from those mistakes, whoever made them. If mistakes were made, they need to be called out. We need to be better prepared when the next pandemic comes. Let's be under no illusions here. It is not a question of if, it is only a question of when the next infection sweeps the world. Will it be a variant of COVID? Will it be another virus? Will it be a bacteriological infection like Black Death that defies antibiotics? It is only a question of time before something like this happens again. So we need to learn the lessons as quickly as we possibly can. I'm really pleased that in our council, the Coordinating Scrutiny Committee is already making preparations for our own inquiry into what we can learn in this city for the way we responded to the pandemic. That is the actions of a council that is determined to learn itself how it could do better next time. So the country needs to work on the same basis, that we have lessons in this country to learn. Let's start with vaccine hesitancy. What could we have done to make people trust the vaccines better than they have? There are lessons to be learned here. There are lives to be saved by learning how to deal with false stuff on the social media, people's suspicions about if it's not Bill Gates, Boris Johnson, whoever is infecting us with a chip. People believe stuff that they shouldn't believe. And there are lessons to learn here about why that's come about and what all agencies can do to get the truth across and to quell the myths. We've heard about the protective ring around care homes. We know that wasn't done, but what steps should be taken to protect our care homes next time round? We've seen the devastating effects of inequality. Michael Marmot has published data on this to show just exactly how vulnerable our country was because of the state of inequality in this country and in this city. So what can we all do to make this country better prepared to ensure that the inequalities that have happened in the last 12, 15 months do not happen again? This is about rooting out fundamental structural weaknesses in our society. The pandemic has ripped open these weaknesses. There are lessons we can all learn about the way our society works to ensure we're better protected for the future. We in this city have a public health department. Public health and environmental health officers in this country would have been better equipped to deal with track and trace at a local and decentralised level than imposing
30 seconds
this approach.
left, please.
Sorry?
30 seconds
Thank you.
left.
Then better approached than imposing a national system. So we've got a resource in this city. We've got a resource in this country. We can use that resource to be better protected next time round. The country needs to be stronger in the future. We need to learn the lessons from the experience. We need to be honest where mistakes have been made and whoever has made them, and make the country better the next time it comes, as it will. Predict it will come, hopefully not in our lifetimes, but we need to be prepared when it comes. Thank you very much.
Now, I call upon Councillor John O'Shea. Put your views in, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I rise in support of the Labour motion. Nobody can doubt that the past 18 months have put this country to the test in a way that we haven't seen since the Second World War. We have seen a leader step up to the challenge, pick the best people, show modesty in triumph, and accept responsibility for failures and defeat. Sadly, we don't have Southgate as our Prime Minister, but rather a man who lies as easily as he breathes, and for whom responsibility is for the little people. We have seen some 26 billion spent on bounce-back loans that may end up in the pockets of fraudsters. Test and Trace swallowed up 37 billion in an attempt to prevent further lockdowns. Over 130 million was spent on doctors of spin, not doctors of medicine. We sent RAF transport aircraft to Turkey to collect a shipment of gowns that proved unusable. We bought 50 million on suitable face masks as part of a 250 million deal where the company was into offshore property. A similar amount of PPE went to a jewellery designer in Miami. A pest control company with £19,000 of assets won a contract for £108 million. All this as firms and schools in this city were handing over any PPE they could find to the NHS and social care sector. And now we are told there was no crisis in 2020 of PPE. Contracts worth more than £3.7 billion have red flags for corruption. Analysis shows a systemic bias towards those with access to the VIP procurement fast track. Ministers' mates on WhatsApp were prioritised over experienced providers. 1.6 billion worth of PPE contracts went to those with no connections to the Tory party. The government can find £200 million for a yacht the Queen doesn't want or need, but it can't feed children during school holidays. There's probably no choice but to cut the income of the poorest by £1,040 a year. It's probably their own fault that they haven't got the Chancellor's mobile number. Naively, I hope that in crisis, the best traditions of British government would come to the fore, even with the Tories in charge. But sadly, we have seen repeated failures and delays that have repeatedly cost lives. Delaying the lockdown in March last year took 20,000 lives by itself. Our Prime Minister is desperate to have the eyes of the nation upon him in his pursuit of heroic leadership. But rather than the leader we need, we have a pound shop Churchill cosplayer. Popularity matters more to him than people, and difficult decisions have been delayed until they are inevitable. At worst, ideology has trumped cooperation. The government has preferred the private sector, ignoring the expertise of local public health teams across the country, and delaying providing information and resources to local authorities during outbreaks. Today, we heard that government advisers forecast 1,000 to 2,000 admissions to hospital a day by mid-August, with 100 to 200 deaths a day from COVID. That is regarded as an acceptable risk by this government. Those deaths are the price that Johnson has decided he is prepared for us to pay. We need a public inquiry now. That inquiry shall have the power to subpoena witnesses and require evidence taken on oath. We need to understand what went wrong in our response.
John, 30 seconds left, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. 19th of July may be trumpeted as the day of freedom. We will only truly be set free by the truth. I urge the Council to support this motion. Thank you.
Now, I call upon Councillor Ian Ward to reply on the motion, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. Can I say right from the start that I accept the Liberal Democrat amendment that was moved by Councillor Tilsley. In fact, I agree with the arguments that Councillor Tilsley put forward in moving that amendment. He used the phrase kicking the can down the road, and he's of course quite correct about that. Councillor Bennett, I like Matt. He's probably done his best, but let's be honest, he wasn't putting forward a very credible argument in defending the government's position. I'm not really sure what Councillor Lyons was trying to achieve. Sadly, that was one of the worst speeches I've heard in 26 years of being on this council. Tone deaf. Kicking the can down the road is precisely what the Tory amendment seeks to do. Deputy Lord Mayor, to do that would be to betray the families who have lost loved ones up and down this country and across the city of Birmingham. Those families want answers as quickly as possible. They do not want excuses or for the uncertainty to continue, and they certainly do not want their grief prolonged. This for me is a very simple issue. The government should listen to those families, and they should listen to the Institute for Government. Let me remind you what that institute said. It said delaying the inquiry is unnecessary and unhelpful. Unnecessary and unhelpful. As Councillor Pocock said, if we can open up the economy, if we can open up life generally, then we can open a public inquiry. So, Deputy Lord Mayor, a fully independent inquiry should get underway immediately, and everybody in this council should oppose the Conservative amendment to the motion tabled in my name. Thank you.
We will now vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Paul Tilsley and seconded by Councillor Zakir Chowdhury. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. We will now vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Matt Bennett and seconded by Councillor John Lyons. Those in favour? Those against? That is last.
As previously, I will call out names, and if you can stand up and let me know whether you're for and against. And I do apologise if I pronounce your name wrong. I will do my best.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Acklack. Councillor Deirdre Alden. Councillor Robert Alden. Councillor Atwell.
Councillor Atwell.
Is it against? What was... Did you get that, Phil? No. Sorry, are you for or against?
Atwal, speak out a bit high, please.
Against. Councillor Azim?
Yes, against.
Councillor Baz? Councillor Bennett? Councillor Bohr? Councillor Bridle? Councillor Brown? Councillor Chatfield? Councillor Chowdhury? Councillor Clancy? Councillor Clements? Councillor Cornish? Councillor Cotton? Councillor Delaney? Councillor Donaldson? Councillor Fowler? Councillor Francis? Councillor Freeman? Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Harmer? Councillor Harmer? Oh. Councillor Higgs? Councillor Hunt? Councillor Hussain? Mahmood Hussain? Councillor Shabara Hussain? Councillor Huxtable? Councillor Idrit? Councillor Iqbal? Councillor Ira? Councillor Islam? Councillor Jan? Councillor Marion Jenkins? Councillor Kerry Jenkins? Councillor Bridget Jones? Councillor Causa? Councillor Lau? Councillor Leddy? Councillor Lines? Bruce Lines? Councillor John Lines? Councillor Mary Locke? Councillor Mackey? Councillor McCarthy? Councillor, is it Meyer? Me? Thank you. Councillor Moore? Councillor Morrell? Councillor O'Reilly? Councillor O'Shea? Councillor Pears? Councillor Pocock? Councillor Sandbrook? Councillor Sandhu? Councillor Shaw? Councillor Storer? Councillor Straker-Wells? Councillor Suman? Councillor Thompson? Councillor Tilsey? Councillor Trickett? Councillor Ian Ward? Councillor Mike Ward? Councillor Ken Wood? And Councillor Yeh. Thank you.
Yeah, some people are left.
All right, okay. If you...
One by one, please.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Councillor Malik, how are you voting? Against.
And Kate.
Okay, how are you voting? Can you just state your name and just stand up, state your name and how you're voting, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Is Kerry Jenkins?
Yes. Yeah, against.
You want?
Councillor Causa, can you confirm again whether you're for or against? Thank you.
Councillor McCarthy? Against. Thank you. Councillor Straker-Wells? Against. Councillor Solman? Against.
Saima Suleiman.
Storer, can you confirm whether you're for or against? Again, sorry. For.
So that is last. We will now vote on the motion as amended by. We will now vote on the motion moved by Councillor Ward as amended by the amendment proposed by the Councillor Tilsley. Those in favour? Those against? I can say that carried. Can I say that carried? Can I say that?
Do you want to make an edit? So we're not doing those. Yeah. So if you don't want to do those, tell them we're not doing those. Yeah. More than that. Say we're not doing those. Just say we're not doing those.
So,
say we're not doing those. It's clear.
So, have to put the name.
No, just carry on. Say we're not
Yeah.
doing those.
So that is carried, yeah? I think that is carried.
Names?
Yes, I announced that.
It's up to the Lord
Yeah.
now. He wants to.
This one?
That's fine.
Yeah. It's up to the
Yeah.
Just says it's been carried and we'll vote for it.
That is carried anyway. We now, yeah. Oh, name, yes.
Let's take the names.
Yeah. Yes, just
Let's take the names because it's going to be.
take the names. Sorry, leader.
You can do the names first.
So when I call your name, can
Yeah.
you stand up and
Yes.
let me know how you're voting?
Yes.
Councillor Iclach. 4. Councillor Deirdre Alden. Councillor Robert Alden. Councillor Atwell. Councillor Atwell. 4. Councillor Azim. 4. Councillor Baz. 4. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Ball. 4. Councillor Bridle. 4. Councillor Brown. Councillor Chatfield. Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Debbie Clancy. Councillor Clements. Councillor Cornish. Councillor Cotton. Councillor Delaney. Councillor Donaldson. Councillor Dring. Councillor Fowler. He's not here. Councillor Francis. Councillor Freeman. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Harmer. Councillor Higgs. Councillor Holbrook. Councillor Hunt. Councillor Mahmood Hussain. Shabrana Hussain. Councillor Huxtable. Councillor Idris. Councillor Iqbal. Councillor Ira. Councillor Islam. Councillor Jan. Councillor Marion Jenkins. Councillor Kerry Jenkins. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Bridget Jones. Councillor Causer. Councillor Lal. Councillor Leddy. Councillor Lines. Councillor John Lyons. Against. Councillor Locke. Councillor Mackey. Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Mear. Councillor Moore. Councillor Morrell. Councillor O'Reilly. Councillor O'Shea. Councillor Pocock. Councillor Sambrook. Councillor Santu. Councillor Shea. 4. Councillor Spence. Councillor Storer. Councillor Straker-Wells. Councillor Suman. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Tilsley. Councillor Trickett. Councillor Ian Ward. Councillor Mike Ward. Councillor Wood. Councillor Yip. If your name's not been called, can you stand up and let us state your name and how you're voting?
Zaur Malik. Zaur Malik. Zaur Malik.
And Councillor Mosquito. I don't think that's...
Thank you.
Got that is carried. Done. Carried. It's carried.
That is carried. We now move on to the second motion. I have a list of speakers for this item. Could I ask those of you who want to speak but are not on the list to raise your hands, and I will call you if there is time. Could I also ask that when you present the motion that you clearly state that I move the motion as set out in today's papers. I call upon Councillor Robert Olden to move the motion of which he has given notice.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I rise today to propose our motion calling for the creation of a cross-party task force to seek to protect and grow key industries, including the car industry and their supply chains in the wake of the impact from the COVID pandemic, while also seeking to turn this risk into an opportunity for pushing for green growth and open up to new markets while protecting and growing jobs. I hope, given the significance this industry and others play to our region and its future prosperity, that this is a motion that all parties will be able to support. And in that spirit, we have made an offer to the Labour group that we'd be willing to accept their paragraph 2 addition and change, as well as their additional paragraph after paragraph 3 relating to opposing the closure of GKN, which I think we can all agree is something in this council we desperately want to see stopped so that the factory can be saved. And I hope that the Labour group will accept that offer and be able to therefore combine our motion with their amendment to get agreement across this temporary chamber today. The automotive sector is an integral part of the UK economy. According to recent research by the University of Birmingham, it accounts for 82 billion of turnover and 8.6 billion in value-added service, employing around 168,000 directly and over 830,000 in the wider industrial chain. It accounts for over 14% of all UK exports, and 80% of cars made in the UK go abroad to one of 160 different countries, with 29% of those jobs here in the UK automotive industry being located here in the West Midlands, while 25% of the UK aerospace sector is also based here in the Midlands. Here in the West Midlands, we're not only home to some of the best-known vehicle brands like Jaguar Land Rover, but also to large clusters of supply chain companies. West Midlands is home to 430 specialist firms, including 36 of the top 50 globally and 1,800 SMEs connected to the supply chain. There can be no doubt of the key role this sector still plays to our region. While it's probably no longer true that everyone knows someone working in the automotive industry, everyone will still know someone who knows someone in the industry. Here in the West Midlands, we're the UK's first future mobility zone. We have industrial specialisms in the connected autonomous vehicles, the region serving as a leading destination for technology trials, home to the UK Battery Industrialisation Centre. That was despite, of course, the council previously voting against having a gigafactory here in the West Midlands Met area. The West Midlands is a global centre of automotive R&D, like the Advanced Promotion Centre at University of Warwick, along with the National Automotive Innovation Centre. Coventry University houses the National Transport Design Centre and collaborate on the Centre for Connected and Autonomous Automotive Research, while the industry generates 430 million GVA in Birmingham alone. The risk to the region of failing to support the automotive industry could not be clearer. Last year, the University of Birmingham looked at the 50 largest automotive manufacturing organisations in the region and ranked them on their current ratios. The current ratio, for those that don't know, is a measure of liquidity that compares assets to liabilities and is commonly used to determine if a company is likely to be able to meet its short-term obligations. They defined that 21 of those firms were high risk, equalling 45,814 jobs, and 14 firms were medium risk, equalling another almost 30,000 jobs. Already, locally in North Birmingham, where we've been happy to support the cross-party efforts with partners as well, we've seen the huge concern, distress and impact the proposed closure of GKN Driveline site is causing. And I know my colleague Councillor Gareth Moore will be touching on this more in his speech. And we have, of course, both already signed a cross-party letter on this issue. They also highlight the unusually significant role that JLR plays to our region and our city, due to it being so much of its global production and employment being in one region, ours. It is vital, therefore, that we do all we can as a council to support them and others in our region to come out of the pandemic stronger than when they went in. Here in the West Midlands, we have so many assets in our favour, whether it's the access to talent, 9 of our universities, including 2 in the top 100 globally, produce almost 56,000 graduates a year, and we're the most popular destination for people leaving London. We're the most connected region, with 90% of the UK population being accessible within 4 hours. We have high-quality lifestyles, while houses on average 60% less than London. We have the benefits of a big city with a short commute to wonderful suburbs. Our region is #1 outside of London for attracting FDI and FDI employment, and looking at the support side with the largest regional financial and professional services sector in the UK. The government is doing its bit to help support a green recovery. The OECD highlighted recently that while globally only 17% of COVID recovery money has been allocated to a green recovery, here in the UK, they list that 0% of the money has been spent on wholly negative impacts to the environment, one of the leading countries for investing in a green recovery. More than 92 million in government and industrial money has already been committed to 49 projects in the UK automotive industry towards the goal of a prosperous green recovery from COVID-19 to a low-carbon economy. For the Automotive Transformation Fund, 31 projects are set to benefit from 17 million of feasibility investment to support future green manufacturing recoveries. The Manufacturing Industrial publication also highlights that 59 million is committed to 6 automotive projects through the APC 16 competition, aimed at securing 3,000 jobs, and a further 12 projects have been selected as part of the 16.5 million ARMD competition to help accelerate the move to zero carbon emission vehicles. Ian Constant, Chief Executive of the Advanced Promotion Centre, which works with the government, said that since 2013, the APC has coordinated programmes to develop the latest zero-carbon technology and manufacturing processes, which have secured over 40,000 jobs and projected to save over 228 million tonnes of CO2 emissions. The APC continues to provide the forum and resources for stakeholders to access global opportunities, such as the UK's potential 24 million share of the global passenger car electrification market. This shows that the UK is one of the leading nations for driving a green recovery from the COVID pandemic, and it is vital that this council works with the industry in this region to tap into this work so that we can protect and grow these vital industries and the jobs they provide to residents in our region. Birmingham City Council has a vital role to play to work with our neighbours, regional bodies like West Midlands Mayor Andy Street, and industry to help secure more of these funding opportunities for Birmingham and the West Midlands. Previously, this chamber has ignored calls from cross-party support, such as on attracting Aston Martin to the region, and the city and the residents have lost out. It's vital, therefore, that the parties put aside their differences here today and put our economy and our residents first. And I very much hope that the Labour group, therefore, will accept our offer to make an amalgamation of the amendment and the motion. That is why it's vital the Council supports this cross-party group being established, so the Council can do all it can to help protect existing jobs, maximise the investment for a green recovery, and encourage growth to provide further good quality jobs for Birmingham residents in the years ahead. I urge the Chamber, Deputy Lord Mayor, to support our motion, and together we can help support and grow the high quality jobs in Birmingham are world-leading companies here in Birmingham and the West Midlands to drive forward the green recovery. Thank you.
Now I call upon Councillor Mackey to second the motion, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor, and I rise before you today to second our motion as made out in the names of Councillor Alden and myself. The thing to get clear about this motion is it's about putting the city's economy first. We have offered the Labour group to merge our two motions, and I would urge them to do so, because I think for a region it's a time to park politics and work together as a unified council to show businesses what we can do. We're willing to do that. This is a time for the opportunity for the Labour group to step forward and show that they are willing to work to put Birmingham first before politics. We have heard in the earlier motion here today about the tragic impacts that COVID has had on the residents of this city. We've heard of sad losses of life. We've heard of long COVID, mental health issues through isolation and quarantine, and people worrying about their jobs, etc. And businesses as well haven't been isolated from the issues that we've had here with COVID. Many businesses can be entrepreneurial. Many have been able to go to trade online. Some of them have been able to trade out of a window in their shop where they haven't had people to be able to go in. But large businesses like manufacturing have had to close, which has had so much difficulty and for those who run the business and for those who have been furloughed and had to go home. So social distancing, now that businesses are coming back, is still an issue, and COVID, despite the vaccine, is still here. If you have the vaccine, you can still catch COVID. Track and trace has meant that on lines on factories up and down the country where people have tested positive, the whole line has had to go home. I think that most people would have heard in Heathrow where there's been 2 hours queues for people trying to get into the country, because what's happened is that 120 people who work there have been sent home, basically because of a positive ping that they've all received. The government has stepped up and done its best to help this council and help this region. The government has given this council circa £170 million to help it through the COVID pandemic. It's given grants to local businesses that have been distributed by the hard-working officers in this council. To listen to some people, you would have thought that this was council money, but this is government money. And this is circa £231 million that the government has given to Birmingham. Local politicians have stepped forward. Andy Street has come forward to support as many local businesses as he can. And this is a point to really bear in mind about the manufacturing industry in this area. People talk about how important it is, but people forget that once upon a time, due to the manufacturing industry in this area, the affluence of this area was challenging London, and at one stage was looking like it was going to race ahead. And it can do that, because at this moment in time, whereas the whole economy has gone into an element of freezing, because it's sort of many businesses have been unable to trade, it's how these businesses take part in the post-COVID boom. That is how many businesses will be able to race ahead of other businesses. And this is an opportunity for our region to actually pick up business that was maybe going abroad or was certainly being done by other areas in this country. And that is why we as local politicians need to step forward and do what we can to support businesses. I mentioned Andy Street earlier. There's 5 innovation zones that he has put forward in the West Midlands: the National Grid, Cadent, Tyseley Energy Park and the University of Birmingham and the Energy Research Accelerator. We had a motion that we put forward for West Midlands to go for, here in Birmingham, to go for a gigafactory, and that's gone to Coventry. But this is an opportunity for us as local politicians.
Time.
Thank you.
I have three amendments which will be debated with this motion. I call upon Councillor John Hunt to move the first amendment, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'm going to be brief because I very much want to hear Councillor John Cotton's response to the offer made by Councillor Auden. Our amendment is very much a tidying up amendment. In particular, we wanted Brexit included in the terms of reference of this working group, and Councillor Auden has accepted in principle that by accepting that wording from the Labour amendment. So that satisfies that aspect of our concerns around this. I do hope that the Labour group will agree to this idea of a cross-party working group, because we cannot work in isolation as a city. And one of the problems you have, and the leader works, I think, with the mayor, who is a Conservative, on the combined authority. Similarly, down here, we need to, as a council, take advantage of, and we have to be ruthless about this, whatever we may think about the government, we have to take advantage of the nexus between the leader of the opposition, the mayor of the region, and what can be achieved. And as things stand, Sunderland is getting a gigafactory. Nissan is putting a lot of money into it, but there's government money going into it, and we don't know how much. The government is still keeping it a big secret how much they put in. It's wrong. We should know. I think they know how much the local authorities are putting in. They're £80 million to provide a clean energy feed for that plant. But there is money, and because of Brexit, because of where we are, we cannot, as we would like, function in an open Europe, building our industries in a free trading community across Europe. We have to work within where we are. Similarly, we have to deal with some of the, and they are frankly increasingly philosophical issues around the motor industry and the automotive issue. And they came up earlier in this meeting, this continued apparent contradiction when the leadership of the council says everybody's got to get out of their cars, and yet at the same time we have to sustain the industry. I think we need to sit down together, perhaps in a quieter place, and have a slightly more philosophical discussion about what we mean by the future of transport and how that works. I mean, I'm waiting for flying cars, autonomous drones which are flying cars. I haven't seen them on any diagrams yet. They'll be popping up soon. That there is a future that's developing, and we need to, I think, a clearer vision of what that future is going to be, and a future which continues to provide freedom of movement for people in so many different ways. I'll leave it at that, and so I think Councillor Harmer has some comments to say in seconding the motion. And Deputy Lord Mayor, if I may, I will still propose our amendment for consideration as one way of dealing with that tidying up issue of the motion that's been put forward. Thank you.
I call upon Councillor Roger Harmer to second the first amendment, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. This motion correctly highlights the hugely challenging times facing the car industry. It faces a disruption caused by COVID, the knock-on effects which are currently leading to shortage of key semiconductors, likely to continue for the rest of the year, major disruption to the supply chain and access to its key markets caused by Brexit, and the transformation from combustion engine to electric power. The last of these points is perhaps not as focused on as much as it should be, because it's just reaching that critical point in the what people call the S-curve, and it's going to have a huge impact. Partly because the legacy car makers, as they're called, the conventional industry, as was 5 years ago, no doubt driven by a desire to protect their huge investment in combustion technology, has been behind the curve, and there's going to be huge disruption caused from a new entrant, which is likely to lead to several of the legacy car makers disappearing in current years. That new entrant is Tesla. Up to now, they've been a bit of a niche company, but that is changing fast, and they are now a major challenger to the traditional car makers, with huge power to add, as they are currently building what will be the 2 largest car plants in the world, one of which is in Europe. When these come on stream towards the end of the year, they will become one of the largest car makers in the world, taking market share hand over fist from everyone else. The UK's top-selling car last month was the Tesla Model 3, and that was with having to import all they sell from California at relatively high cost. When their German factory comes on production, as it soon will, they will have huge power to add to that market share. Tesla have moved into the space caused by the disinterest in the legacy car makers for what is now clearly superior technology. Some of them are now producing impressive electric models too, but they are years behind Tesla. And whether the UK car production industry as a whole can flourish is very much in question, especially as Tesla are not here and have instead, so far, chosen to produce within the EU. And even if it does flourish, we have to bear in mind that one of the big advantages of EVs is that they require far less maintenance than combustion engine cars. So as the switch over to them gathers pace, garage repair shops and servicing centres will lose more and more work and jobs, and that should be considered, I think, as part of this study. The only viable response to this challenge is to embrace this change enthusiastically and try and get on the leading edge of it. In particular, we need to radically expand our battery production capacity, as batteries will likely to be the most important constraint for EV growth in the next few years. We need to work together to do this, and fast. Tesla, for one, won't wait for us, as they haven't waited for the rest of the car industry. I second our amendment and hope we can come together with a joint proposal to get agreement across the whole Council. Thank you to Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor John Cotton to move the second amendment, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Lord Mayor. I move the amendment set out in my name and that of Councillor Hussain. I think it's clear that the economy of our city faces some of the biggest challenges it's had in living memory. The impact of the pandemic has been profound. A third of our businesses have found themselves closing for extended periods. 33,000 people have lost their jobs. Unemployment has risen by 68%. We've seen levels that we've not seen since the 1980s and levels that are twice the national average. And also, deeply worryingly, I think for the city that is one of the youngest in Europe, it's the youngest who have been hit hardest by this. We have over 1 in 5 citizens aged 16 to 24 who are out of work. And of course, these are challenges that touch every part of our city, but it's also clear they have a disproportionate impact on some of the poorest. And the economic consequences of COVID threaten to deepen and intensify inequality. And our economy isn't just affected, of course, by COVID and its aftermath. We are facing the challenges that come from the ending of the Brexit transition, and these are not negligible and will have a significant impact for years to come. And that's especially the case on our automotive sector. As our own Brexit Commission clearly showed, it is the automotive sector that's particularly exposed to the uncertainties around markets, around trading arrangements, and the impact on supply chains that companies based in this city so heavily rely upon. And our response to the challenge, I think, has to reflect the realities of that as well. And then we have the challenges and the opportunities created by the need to move to a low-carbon, genuinely sustainable economy. And these are chances that Birmingham is uniquely placed to seize with our existing automotive businesses and our growing low-carbon sector. We're strongly placed to be a major force in the green automotive sector, leading the way in developing the smart, low-carbon transport of the future. And I think we can also agree that this is a moment then that requires us to be bold, to be radical, and most importantly, to move quickly. And this is where we have real difficulties, I'm afraid, with the motion as it stands. It takes no account of the substantial work that we, together with partners in the business community and across all sectors and all parts of this city, already have underway to address these challenges and to really seize that moment. Back in March, Cabinet agreed a detailed, comprehensive COVID-19 economic recovery strategy, a plan that has been informed by the real experience of those at the front line of our economy, together with other key stakeholders in our city. It's a plan that sets out the practical actions that we will take, and we'll take together, to meet those challenges and take those opportunities, supporting businesses and supply chains, but also how we maximise the impact and the job-creating potential of regeneration projects in this city, from HS2 even, through to the Perry Bar and Peddymore, to name but a few. It focuses on how we can deliver a green recovery maximising the impact of the Route to Zero programme that we've already agreed as a council, and ensuring that our automotive and other sectors lead the way on low-carbon technology and transport, nationally and globally. And it also sets out how we go about supporting people and businesses, ensuring that all sectors get access to grant funding, that we deal with the gaps that we have around skills in our city, and we also use the power of our big institutions to buy local as well, sustaining business growth and ensuring we maximise the impact of the huge investment that comes from things like the Commonwealth Games. And also how we unlock and accelerate infrastructure developments as well, including things like the East Birmingham Metro extension. All of these are crucial to the industrial and economic recovery of our city. Our point is that time is of the essence, and we cannot hang around endlessly debating what we might do about our economic challenges. And I say this with all due respect to Conservative colleagues, what we don't need now is another task force to talk about the problem. We need to crack on with delivering the plan that we have. And it really is time for action and not words in taking that plan forward. And of course, taking action also means acting quickly to counter the potential threats to jobs and prosperity. And right now, we have an absolutely enormous threat posed to our automotive sector by GKN's attempts to close that plant in Erdington and transfer its operations to Europe. That's a move that will cost 500 jobs at the factory itself. It will wreak absolute havoc across the supply chain and the local economy, and also lead to potentially hundreds more jobs lost elsewhere. It's been rightly described as an act of industrial vandalism. Not only will it cost jobs and wreck livelihoods, it will be an existential threat to our automotive sector. This plant can and it should be at the heart of the electrification of this country's automotive industry. And if we're serious about securing Birmingham's future as a leader in low-carbon transport, we need to be standing together to fight this closure. We need to be united in pushing the government to intervene, to stop the closure, and ensure that we get the investment and support needed to create the drivelines for electric vehicles. This amendment commits us to doing just that, and we need to move quickly. So I do hope that all of us from across the council can join together in seeking to stop what is an act of wanton economic sabotage, because the people of this city are looking to us to give that leadership and support. So I hope that call does not go unheeded by any member of the council this afternoon. But I do have to say to colleagues, we have to ensure that we're meeting these challenges with real action, not just words. We've got much to do. Time has stopped to talking. We need to act. Let's get behind the plan that we have that will deliver the change that we need for this city. Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor.
I call upon Councillor Shibrana Hussain to second the second amendment, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. The car industry has been a vital part of Birmingham's industrial history, and such part has been a part of the fabric of Birmingham, providing well-paid jobs. It would be fair to say that both pandemic and Brexit have been the cause of concern for many sectors, including the motor industry. Although the government guidelines on fumes have meant that we, the council, have to take measures to meet the legal requirement, it would be unfair to say that we as a council are anti-car. The council have been undertaking work with external stakeholders to protect and grow the vital car industry in our city to secure their long-term futures for a part of a cleaner, greener economy. I, along with others in this chamber, are particularly concerned about the planned closure of J&K Erdington plant, which is putting 519 jobs at risk. As we know that the J&K plant supplies car parts to major UK builders, including Jaguar Land Rover and Toyota. United Shop Stewards, working independent experts, have tabled alternative plans to keep the plant open whilst transitioning the plant to a clean, electrified future. However, Melrose, who owns the site, has rejected these plans. Birmingham City Councillors, we should all oppose the closure of this plant and write to the government on a cross-party basis to call for urgent action to back workers in Birmingham and intervene to stop the closure of J&K. This is why I'm seconding the amendment put forward by the Labour Group. Thank you.
We have ran out of time. I ask those moving the third amendment to just move and second it. We will then go straight to the voting. Please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Certainly happy to formally propose the amendment in my name, and I just want at this point to pay tribute to the COVID-19 Task Force in Erdington and all the community groups for the support they've offered to the workforce of GKN. So thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
I call upon Councillor Peter Fowler to second the third amendment, please.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. I do, in my name, second the motion put forward by Councillor Gareth Moore. Am I allowed to continue with the quick speech, Deputy Mayor, Lord Mayor? I am. Thank you very much indeed.
No, no speech, just say the amendment.
Yeah, you were saying yes, now I'm not...
No, sorry about that. Just say that, just second it, that's it.
That's it, okay.
I call upon Councillor Robert Alden to reply on the motion, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Lord Mayor. And I just have a few minutes here to sum up. And although I know we've had a negative response from the Labour group so far to our offer, no doubt they might want to just take these few minutes while we're speaking here, and I'm being able to sum up, to actually just maybe have one last reconsideration about whether they might actually be willing to actually agree some action to help support the auto industry here today, rather than just noting what they've done in the past. So I do hope shortly we'll get Councillor Ward stand up to agree that there is actually the ability to bring people cross-party here and to put the residents and workers of Birmingham first. Councillor Mackey, I'd like to thank you for seconding the motion today. You are quite right to highlight the jobs that are at risk and why it's so vital that politics today was put aside to be able to back a joint amendment. And it's a real shame that so far we haven't had that from the other side, but as I say, there's still a few more minutes, and no doubt they will hopefully decide to change their mind on that. Councillor Hunt, I want to very much thank you for your conciliatory comments and for your support for the cross-party group and for a compromise, and the fact that this could offer real benefits to residents and businesses in the region. And it's really a welcome to see the Lib Dem group in Birmingham, again, being willing to put aside politics to put the residents of Birmingham first. And no doubt, hopefully, soon we'll hear Councillor Ward stand up and also want to put the Labour group in the same position as the Conservative group and the Lib Dem group, putting the residents of Birmingham in a cross-party way first. Councillor Harmer, thank you very much. You're right to highlight the huge challenges for the industry and why it's so vital that there is support for this motion today to be able to establish a cross-party group to help provide that support and action for the industry. And no doubt soon we'll hear Councillor Ward stand up and want to allow the Labour Party support for this cross-party group as well. Because I'm sure he won't want the Labour group not supporting action for the auto industry. Councillor Cotton, you highlight the need to support the industry and the huge risks and opportunities they are, but sadly refuse to recognise the fact that we're quite willing, and we've already offered, to add your blurb you wanted to have included about what the Council had done in the past to the amendment, to our motion. You also highlighted the COVID recovery strategy as if that was somehow some wonderful document that meant everything for the auto industry had been done in Birmingham, nothing else needed to be considered. I believe your words were something along the lines, to paraphrase, no more talking, there's going to be action. Well, if you go back and look at that report, it won't take you long to realise it mentions cars twice, wants to mention car-free streets, I'm not sure that's actually about promoting the auto industry, and wants to mention that we need a battery factory here in the region. That same battery factory that the Labour group in 2019 voted against having in our region. And then you might say it's automotives they talk about, not cars. Well, if you look at that, it's mentioned 4 times in the report. Once is a title, and none of them reference any action whatsoever. They clearly just state the state of play. What we're having here today, if the Labour group, and I'm sure in the last time they got left, they'll want to stand up and change this policy position, they're just voting to do nothing for the auto industry. Doing absolutely nothing, Councillor Ward, because you can't even stand up now and support a cross-party group support the auto industry. And that's what's so incredibly sad. Councillor Sain, thank you for your speech. It was great that you called for cross-party support. Hopefully you therefore will vote for the motion asking for cross-party support for the auto industry shortly. And Councillor Moore, thank you for your contribution. You're absolutely right to highlight the work of the Erdington COVID-19 Recovery Task Force and the way that community groups and political parties in North Birmingham and Erdington have come together to lobby on a cross-party basis to protect GKN. It is an incredibly disappointing decision, devastating decision for our area to have had that come forward from Melrose. And it is absolutely right that this council and politicians, all political persuasions, are calling on them to change that. Because it is absolutely right that that site can continue and can operate and can be profitable for the company and can therefore support those jobs here in our region. Lord Mayor, thank you very much for the time you've given us to be able to sum up. It is a great shame that it looks like the Labour group have not wanted to take the olive branch that's been offered them. I very much thank the Lib Dem group for being willing to put the residents of Birmingham first. No doubt, when Councillor Ward goes home tonight in either his chauffeur-driven car or his Porsche, he will regret the failure to stand up and support the automotive industry in Birmingham. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now vote on the amendment proposed by the Councillor John Hunt and seconded by Councillor Roger Hummer. Those in favour? Those against? That is lost. We will now vote on the amendment proposed by the Councillor John Cotton and seconded by Councillor Shabrana Hussain. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. We will now vote on the amendment proposed by the Councillor Gareth Moore and seconded by Councillor Peter Fowler. Those in favour? Those against? That is lost.
Councillor Ackler. For or against? Against. Councillor Deirdre Auden. Councillor Robert Auden. Councillor Atwell. Against. Councillor Azim.
Yeah, against.
Against. Councillor Baz. For. Councillor Bennett. For. Councillor Ball. Against. Councillor Bridle. Against. Councillor Brown. Against. Councillor Chatfield. Against. Councillor Chowdhury. For. Councillor Clancy. For. Councillor Clements. Against. Councillor Cornish. For. Councillor Cotton. Against. Councillor Delaney. For. Councillor Donaldson. Against. Councillor Dring. Absence. Councillor Fowler. For. Councillor Francis. Against. Councillor Freeman. For. Councillor Hamilton. She's gone. Councillor Harmer. For. Councillor Higgs. For. Councillor Holbrook. Against. Councillor Hunt. For. Councillor Mahmood Hussain. Against. Councillor Shabana Hussain. Against. Councillor Huxtable. For. Councillor Idri. Against. Councillor Iqbal. Against. Councillor Ira. Against. Councillor Islam. Against. Councillor Jan. For. Councillor Jenkins. Marion Jenkins. Councillor Kerry Jenkins. Against. Councillor Johnson. Against. Councillor Bridget Jones. Against. Councillor Causa. Against. Councillor Lau. Against. Councillor Leddy. Against. Councillor Lines. For. Councillor John Lines. For. Councillor Locke. Against. Councillor Mackey. For. Councillor Malik. Against. Councillor McCarthy. Against. Councillor Meyer. Against, Councillor Moore. For, Councillor Morrell. For, Councillor Mosquito. Where's she gone? Councillor O'Reilly. Against, Councillor O'Shea. Against, Councillor Pears. Councillor Pocock. Councillor Sandbrook. Councillor Santu. For. Councillor Shea. Against, Councillor Storer. For, Councillor Straker-Wells. Against, Councillor Suman. Against, Councillor Thompson. Against, Councillor Tilsley. Not here. Councillor Ian Ward. Against, Councillor Mike Ward. Abstain. Councillor Wood. And Councillor Yip. For. Have I missed anybody? Sorry. Councillor Scott against. Against.
We will now vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. That concludes the business of today's meeting. Thank you for attending this meeting. I'm very grateful to you. Thanks.
Well done, Deputy.